happening more of your to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You wanna get a news update, to spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Bese kuwa, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
Tondo Spoon. To get
Yes, what you
your information. Tondo Spoon. To be
Yes, what you
part of the
Batileo.
Spoon. Spoon Television.
Yes, what you Batileo.
Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stan Tunnel with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Tondo Spoon to get your information. Tondo Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You wanna get a news update, to spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba. Skiddy biddy dabado.
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Kua, kua, kua. Bese kua, 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 kudileo. Kua, kua, kudileo.
Todo Spoon to get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Kua,
Todo Spoon to be
yes, I
part
do.
of the
Batile, batileo.
Spoon, Spoon Television.
Yes, I do. Batileo.
Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
Yeah.
Spoon Television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Todo Spoon to get your information. Todo Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Television. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You wanna get a news update? Turn to Spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV, Spoon,
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon,
Beseku.
Spoon TV, Spoon,
Baraba, ba.
Spoon,
Skidibidi, dabado.
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Beseku, kudileo. Kua, kudileo.
Todo Spoon to get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Well,
Todo Spoon to be
yes, I
part
do.
of our discussion. Spoon, Spoon Television.
Yes, I do.
Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
Okay, indeed, Spoon Radio, Spoon Television. Of course, this is the Spoon Network. And this is where we're dishing out Liberia's best. I like to say welcome to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. As you know, this is Liberia's biggest talk show on radio and online. This is where you get authentic information about all of the major happenings across Liberia right here on this platform on Spoon Talk. I like to say welcome to you across the world. for joining us. Thanks for joining us tonight. We're live on Spoon 107.5. We're live on Fabric 101.1. We're live on Super 95.5 FM as well. That's for radio across the Spoon network. We are also being relayed. Sorry, we're also being relayed across the country on other frequencies. Thanks to our partner radio stations across Liberia that are always in the business of relaying the Spoon Talk, making sure that Liberians across throughout the length and breadth of Liberia are informed when it comes to the day-to-day activities in the country. Thanks to Punch 106.7 FM for always relaying the Spoon Talk. Thanks to Gibi FM 90.9 in Kakata, Margibi County. Thanks to the team there for always relaying the program Spoon Talk. Thanks to the team in Central Liberia, Bon County, Premier FM for always relaying the Spoon Talk. We appreciate you for that. And thanks to Trust FM in Bombing County as well for always relaying Spoon Talk. There are a series of radio stations in Nima County as well that relay this program. We appreciate all of you for being a part of this joining. And that's for radio. Online, we are streaming live on Facebook. And so if you're on Facebook, you can search Spoon TV. Of course, we're also live on Fabric TV and we are live on Super TV as well. Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. That's for Facebook. And then on YouTube, we are live there. The YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. So you search Spoon Talk Live and you'll be able to find us on YouTube. To all of you following via the different Facebook handles, we want to say thanks for joining us tonight on the program. Those of you already watching on YouTube, welcome to the program. This is your show. This is the people's program, Spoon Talk. And of course, we're here again to make sure that we have a fascinating show coming up here for you. The CEO and the team will be joining in as we move along. And yes, as we do here regularly, we will be taking your calls and affording you the opportunity to call in and talk about those different issues of concerns, be it health, politics, sanitation, education, agriculture, those different sectors that are of concern to you, and those issues that are in those sectors that you want to talk about. Maybe there's something burning on your mind that you want to bring to the attention of the stakeholders or the relevant authorities. This is just the perfect time for you to do that. At this During this segment, when we get to open the lines and have an open discussion. And this segment is very important because most times the media gets to set the agenda. The host of the different talk shows get to set the agenda. They decide what they want to put on the plate for discussion. And interestingly, and maybe I should say unfortunately, sometimes those issues doesn't get to be the actual things that are on your mind, but you just follow it. But this is the time when you get to talk about those very things that are of concern to you, and you have the opportunity to bring that to the attention of the different stakeholders across Liberia and the world over. So I'd like to say welcome again to the program tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. I'll be here tonight making sure that we have the sound coordinated and all of the production aspect. I'll be here making sure that we do just that as we await the CEO and the panelists to come on tonight. But just before going to the lines, there are a couple of things happening in the country. A lot of you are aware that every single day we wake up, there are new things happening that get to catch our attention. We get to report on some of those happenings, and yeah, so key amongst those happenings, key amongst the trending issues. Let me start from where we are, then we'll go backward a little. Um, uh, just about an hour or a little over an hour ago, the president-elect of the Republic of Liberia, um, Ambassador Joseph Juma Boakai, had a very strategic meeting. Some people refer to it as an acquaintance, with the president-elect. and it was held at his residence in rehab, in the rehab community. And someone just asked a question about rehab. What about rehab? Um, President George Weah from rehab. The president elect Jose Yuma Boakai from rehab. You know what about rehab? Maybe rehab is gradually becoming the presidential community in the country. Who knows? But the meeting was held at the president elect's home at his residence in rehab, and most of you are aware that the battle for the speakership is on who becomes the speaker of the 55th legislature. That's the big question now that a lot of Liberians across the country are searching for an answer to. But interestingly, this is not the regular decision making that Liberians throughout the length and breadth of the country get to make, where they go to the ballot box and they get to decide who represent them, who become the president, vice president, representative, senators. No, um, this one is different. So interestingly, this race or this decision will be made by only the legislators. For the Senate pro tem, you have the senators, they will be voting, and for the speakership and the deputy speakership, the representatives will be voting. But by extension, what you see here is the Liberian people again making this decision. But this time around, they are making the decisions through their elected leaders, through those individuals that are entrusted with their votes. Okay, we all cannot sit at the legislature. We all cannot sit to represent District 10, for example. So all of us within District 10 will make a decision to have one person elected who gets to make decisions at that level, at the legislature, when these kinds of things pops up. And so it's gonna be the Liberian people voting through their lawmakers. So representatives have been going back and forth. The engagement has been going on. The election for the speakership is right next door. It's going to be on Monday. Yes, it's going to be on Monday. We're talking about less than 1 week to this long awaited election, a moment that's going to determine the leadership of the 55th legislature, that leadership that's going to steer the affairs of the 55th legislature for the next 6 years. So engagement has been ongoing. um Deputy Speaker Funati Kofa, most of you are aware, is in the race. Representative Richard Nangwe Kun. Well, there was a strategic meeting held today. Just to throw that in quickly, Ambassador Joseph Yuma Bwakai invited a couple of lawmakers, and yes, they appeared. They attended the meeting. Of the 73 lawmakers, 39 of them were present in the meeting today, just this evening. And when they came from the meeting, some of them were able to speak to the press, uh, and some of them were heard expressing their support on camera for Richard Nangwekun, while others said it was more of an acquaintance with the president elect, and so that's why it is for now. But pundits have begun to throw it out that the president elect, is getting involved with this particular thing, since in fact it's more like the Unity Party versus the CDC thing, in that Representative Richard Nagwekun comes from the Unity Party. He is the Unity Party candidate versus Deputy Speaker Funati Kofa, who is a CDC person. So engagements have started there. Of course, 39 of the 73 lawmakers were in attendance. Now the question is, are all 39 representatives, all those 39 lawmakers who attended the meeting today, are they all going to cast their votes for Representative Richard Nagwekun? Does that in any way say, does it send a message that Richard Nagwekun has 39 of the 73 lawmakers in his support? Are they now in his camp? Well, that's the big question. But as it stands, some of the lawmakers who attended the meeting went on to say that, look, the number of people you see or you saw here today at the meeting are just a few. There are still some of those who support Representative Kuhn but could not make it up to the meeting here today. Well, that's where we stand with that. But considering the 39, if you had to take the 39 and subtract the 103, sorry, not 103, I'm talking about the entire legislature now. But if you were to subtract the uh 39 from the 73 law representatives, that will mean that you'll be left with what, 33. All right. And so even with that, I'm not a good mathematician, but even with that, um that will in some way put Representative Richard Nagbe Kuhn in the lead, considering that all of those lawmakers or those representatives who attended today are actually supporting him. But this is politics. Legislative politics is a tricky one. And of course, with the involvement of the president elect having an acquaintance meeting or a very strategic meeting with those legislators, with those representatives today, a lot of people are saying that that is a very good sign for Richard Kuhn, who happens to be the Unity Party candidate. Well, 34. Yeah, you're right. That is a very good sign. But we look forward to seeing how it goes. But the meeting just ended a little over 30 minutes or so ago. So that is where we are with that. The legislative politics and the battle for the speakership is on as the 54th legislature gets to dissolve get to be dissolved on the 14th. Well, the 54th legislature closed today officially, following what appeared to be a rocky path. When President George, we have made some very sensitive, strategic 11th hour nominations. Yes, talking about Frank Musadin, the Justice Minister, nominating him to serve as Associate Justice on the Supreme Court bench, replacing Justice Joseph Nangwe, and also Samara Wolokoli, the Deputy Finance Minister for Fiscal Policy, nominating him to serve as the Commissioner General of the Liberia Revenue Authority, where there's been back and forth. Oh, sorry. There's been some back and forth since President George Weah made those nominations. Well, since the 26th of December, there has been mixed reactions with respect to that. Unity Party saw it as something that wasn't good enough. And so a rate of prohibition came into the picture. Well, Supreme Court placed a stay order on it, and there has been some back and forth today. There should have been a hearing at the Supreme Court of Liberia regarding this issue. And then a lot of people had the hope, this expectation that maybe depending on how early that hearing at the Supreme Court will have ended, and based on the outcome of the hearing at the Supreme Court, that perhaps the hearing would have been held today, but it didn't turn out to be that way. And in fact, when a communication that should have been served to the Senate wasn't served yesterday. And so that put a halt to the entire process, and the hearing at the Supreme Court was then pushed to a later date. Hopefully, tomorrow that communication will be served the Senate, and then we will then see this process taking another stage. But that is that for the entire rigmarole. A lot of people see this as a card that was being played very well on the part of the Unity Party in making sure that Samara Wolokoli and the Justice Minister Frank Musa Dean do not get confirmed by the Liberian Senate. Well, at some point, there appeared to be a kind of a fight between the two branches of government, the legality, the constitutionality, the functions of the both branches of government, and the politics all mixed up with it. Well, but it's still on. But from what is now glaring, is from what we see from a distance, it appears that uh, the road to the confirmation of those two presidential nominees might just be a narrow one for them. All right, so that's where we are. Well, in the Gloria Mususkat case, Councilor Gloria Mususkat was finally sentenced today. Well, a lot of you followed this case from the very start. In February, precisely on the 23rd, when Chalo Musu was allegedly murdered at Councilor Gloria Musu's residence. There has been different reports about that. One source has it that there was an unknown person who entered into the facility and then it resulted to the murder. Well, another source has it that the perpetrator must have been within from the family, from within the very cycle who may have carried on the act. Well, the court process went on. There has been back and forth, and then we saw a guilty verdict. Since in fact it was a jury trial, um, 11 of the 12 jurors who made a decision. Now remember, there were 15 jurors in this particular case. Three of the 15 jurors were reserved. 12 jurors based on the pieces of information provided by all sides, by the different parties, both the defense and the prosecution. The 12 jurors were advised by the judge, Judge Roosevelt Willie of Criminal Court A. And then he guided them and provided the necessary information, and then they had to go ahead and make a decision based on the pieces of information provided. Well, 11 of the 12 jurors rendered a guilty verdict against Councilor Gloria Mususkat, the former Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, former Justice Minister, former Senator. A guilty verdict was rendered against her by 11 of the 12 jurors. So today was the sentencing. I know a lot of people were concerned. Oh, but the guilty verdict already came out. Why was Councilor Gloria Mususkat present today again at the Temple of Justice? Well, she had to go there because following the guilty verdict from the jurors, the judge had to then read all of the witnesses' account and then render a judgment, come up with a ruling rather, and then the sentencing will take place. So, what would have happened today is that two things. The judge will have, gone through the entire, testimonies or witnesses account provided. Mind you, there were 30 witnesses in this particular case. 30 people who went and testified. From the prosecution, that is the government angle, there were 19 witnesses who went and testified. You had three rebuttal witnesses. You have how do you call it? 14 regular witnesses and two subpoena witnesses, which is the two GSM companies, making it 19 witnesses from the prosecution angle. Well, from the defense angle, there were 12 witnesses, sorry, 11 witnesses, making it 30 witnesses in total that testified in the case, Councilor Gloria Mususkat versus the Republic of Liberia. Well, at the end of the day, the judge read through all of the witnesses' account, 30 witnesses' account, taking over 1 hour for the judge to go through everything that was said by those people. So, uh, a legal expert said that two things would have happened today. One, the judge would have overturned the decision or whatever that came from the jurors. All right, or maybe uphold the ruling or the guilty verdict from the jurors based on what he sees from the different information provided, but then lessen the sentencing. And now the sentencing is the other aspect, 25 years minimum lifetime imprisonment maximum. So a lot of people were looking at this thing between that line, and there were different analyses that were running through the heads of people when the entire case was going on today. But at the end of the day, criminal court A judge Roosevelt Willie uh, came up with a sentencing today in the case against Councilor Gloria Musu Scott and the three other family members, the three other defendants. A lifetime imprisonment was the sentencing today. But before that, there was this argument presented by one of the defense lawyers, Councilor Fayad, and he said that look, one of the defendants is a juvenile. She's 17 years old. So how do you charge her with an adult crime? The crime, that whole crime of murder or whatever, is an adult crime, and even try her like an adult and all of that. But the Montserrat County Attorney, who was a Councilor Cisse, who kept pushing this thing from the prosecution angle, said no. But there's no legal backing to what you're saying, and she allegedly committed the act as an adult, so she should be tried that way. So there were different aspects of it back and forth. Councilor Gloria Musu's card was finally sentenced, and the three other defendants were finally sentenced. A lifetime imprisonment was their final sentence today. And so let me just throw this one in quickly, then we'll come in and start to take your calls. Following the decision, the courthouse went out of order. And of the few times I've been going at the Temple of Justice and just observing things, Councilor Gloria Musu's card would go. This was the first time I saw Councilor Gloria Musu's card in a very disappointing mood, speaking at the top of her voice. She and other Liberians who are going to witness the trial or the sentencing, the two other family members, they crashed the entire system. Councilor Gloria Musu's card said, look, the system is compromised. She expressed her disappointment. So too, some of the members of our legal team, they expressed serious frustration over the entire legal system of the country. Well, there are others on the other side who saw this as justice being served, especially those from the prosecution angle, those who were pushing the government's case. They saw this as justice being served in the interest of someone who have lost her life, a Liberian citizen, because that's the line they were pushing. Well, I just thought to throw some of these in, a few of the many happenings in the country today. Well, this is on Spoon Talk. I'm Nelson Colette. Let's go ahead now and take some calls. Let's take some calls. Okay, so another quick one is that the protest today was finally brought to a standstill. It was handled amicably. Charles will be coming on the show. I understand from the CEO, and a lot will be said about that. So let's go ahead and take your calls now on the program this evening. Keep your calls coming. The number to call is 0555 101075. Let me try to pin the WhatsApp number right on your screen so you get to call in using the WhatsApp line as well, and you'll be live on the program tonight. This is Spoon Talk. We're live on your radio. Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5 FM, and other frequencies across Liberia. So welcome to the show tonight. Let's start to take your calls, beginning with this person here. Hello, you're live. Hello?
Good evening, sir.
Yes, good evening. It's good to have you on. Your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, David Speaker calling for WhatsApp to charity.
David calling from Congo Town.
Yeah,
Okay, David, go ahead.
yeah. Thank you so much for the reconciliation. Thank you so much for the platform that was read tonight. My point here is the verdict that was made today concerning the former Justice Minister Gloria Mutuska. She worried to laughter imprisonment, and I think that was a very verdict that was made. An intervention that one of the defendants
Mhm.
was a juvenile person.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it made that a juvenile person who is below 70 has gone to jail or should have gone to jail without being juvenile. So my point here is, what does it mean in the lab judges sitting there looking at a 70-year-old going to jail for a lifetime imprisonment?
Thank
That's my
you.
question tonight to the judge.
Okay, thank you. I hope the judge will answer that question some other time.
Thank, thank you.
Yeah, but again, that issue was raised, and what the prosecution, some of the prosecution lawyers, their own argument to that was that the entire trial was, a blanket, let's say a joint, it was a joint, how do you call it? The whole thing was, um, they try everyone as a unit, just together. I'm trying to get this for it. All right. So it wasn't an individual trial, and that was the argument put forth from the other side, that if you knew this, then you should have requested the judge to try the defendants separately. But again, someone is asking in the comment section as to whether the defense counsel requested or put in an appeal or submitted an appeal. Yes, they did. But then the judge asked them to be patient, that in 1 hour he was going to make that available, grant it or whatever. And so there was a little bit of tension that even came up at that point. But yes, they were given 1 hour period for that. So as per law, they can take an appeal to the Supreme Court, and that is what they are now on. And I can say that uh, the Judge Roosevelt Willie, at a point was able to address that. Let's talk to this person. Hello, you're live.
Good evening, Vani. Nelson, how you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, my name is Amos T. I'm calling from the United States, USA, Maryland to be precise, right?
Okay.
I got one question to you. In your own mind and your expectation, do you think the government is going to revisit the trial for the Chief Justice, former Chief Justice Gloria Mususka?
Well, I don't know as to whether I have an opinion on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My opinion
But
is
there's a process. There's a whole process leading to that, and I think
Yes.
that's what the defense counsel has embarked on.
Okay. In so doing, okay, whatsoever the date today, the trial today, it was not fair. It was in the interest of the sitting government. In the interest of Jefferson Kochi. If that is the case, all the trial they've been going through, have voluntarily ever appear in court with all the information that we have gotten? What is voluntary? With the court law for Lone Star and all of that. Why would they try to infringe on this old lady right? Is
Okay.
that how justice prevail?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's hold you there, sir, and take as many calls because the CEO and the rest of the team will be coming on very shortly. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, Thomas Spoon family. There's a Paco invitation now.
Quaco, go ahead, sir.
Thank God so much, God bless my Spoon family. I tell one issue on my mind. Ekoto Yeke.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Please, Becky, I love it. You can come my area to say now, you say, in front of my youth chairman, you know, now the president elect, you know, take a whole year to defend the Liberian people. So you want to tell me they can be running it from river to river. So they're blowing the tax, the money, when you had our question, then you're causing the blowing the tax. The protest from the side of go forward. Who Lord Jacob funded Josephine Terrain taking from the wind or they want to disrespect our comment.
Okay.
I said that
Thank you.
no, they should before the coup.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
coming.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Paco.
so Becky, please, man, not do it again.
Thank you.
Go to Yakawa and go to the president level and my papa, what is the money?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I like that. The man say, yeah, I'm not do it again. I'm not try it. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from, man? Let's hear you.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live.
Hello. Yes, this is Vida Peabody. I'm calling regarding Guerra case of the Toba Justice, the lady case.
Okay.
For me, Liberian law is not right. I'm really asking Joseph Imabuake to get that lady from prison because all the people that die in Liberia, all the people they killed, we got killed, and Joseph they killed. There was no justice for them. The three missing boys, they never arrest anybody. All their colleagues that work with them, they killed them. And the court never go against anybody. They never found nobody guilty. What's so important about this lady case? Why Joawea and his group, the so and the justice system in Liberia is corrupt. They brought that case to get that because Joawea got the Joawea is not educated because Joawea put away educated in Liberia to put them down. And that's why the reason why Joawea lose the election in Liberia. And I kind of asking Joseph Imabuake to get that lady for that prison. The justice in Liberia under Joawea government is not fair. The judges that in our court, they are brought by Joawea government. And that lady will get out when we will talk on what we call this phone. They will make sure they get that lady from prison. She did not commit no crime. Jerry Koji and his gang killed that lady and daughter because there's no matter what matter you born a child or you don't have a child. And she take that lady, she would not be great enough to mother that lady girl.
Thank you.
Because she raised her. So and I mean no sense that she murdered her. And that the justice system is condemning. Liberia justice system is condemned because why? They never go around the 30 boys and who get missing, they kill. And all the other things that died. They never go about why a government was to start case. It's so important to the justice system. They are
Thank
corrupt.
you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your contribution. Let's take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're calling from. Please go ahead. Hello?
Hello, my good brother and friend, colleague, Nelson. How are you?
Yes, sir. I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Thank you, man. I'm on my way to work, but I would like to talk to you privately, weekend, please, okay? Off phone, please ring me Saturday, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. What I want to say here is, the entire I'm Momo Kiatamba, anyway, from UK. What I want to say here is the entire justice system in Liberia has collapsed. That is
You
a
think
fact.
so? You think so? Why do you think so?
Look, we have seen so many cases in Liberia. Those cases has been swept under the carpet. Okay? We that living abroad, we know what's going on in Liberia, my brother. The entire justice system in Liberia has collapsed. And believe me, even the judge, that were prosecuting this case, that judge will be sacked. He's incompetent he is illiterate. He is inexperienced.
But this
We
is
don't
a
need
Josh Roosevelt Willie of the Criminal Code A. This is someone who has been serving in that capacity. Don't you think he's competent and he has the legal
my brother.
understanding? That's why he's
My brother.
he's
This
there.
case has been compromised.
Okay.
Nelson, please, this case here has already been compromised. We
Thank you.
know Liberia.
Thank you.
The people, the justice system in Liberia is corrupt. Okay? Everything in Liberia is corruption. So I would like for Joseph Boga to please come in and restructure the entire justice system in our country.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
that's all I can say. I'll see you Saturday, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me try to do this. Okay. I think I have this one sorted out now. And then we can take this call. Hello. Hello.
Oh,
Hello, you're live. Your name and where are you calling from?
my name is Chachi. Lexing Colette. It is Lexing Colette.
Yeah, this is Nelson. You're live on the show.
Yeah, Lexing, please. I want you to please help me with your CEO number, please. I'm begging you.
Okay, so the CEO is coming on as usual. We'll display the number on the screen. All right.
I've been trying to get the number on the stream nowhere.
Why is it that you don't get it on the screen or what? When it's
Yeah, I don't
displayed,
have.
smartphone.
I don't have smartphone. So just want you to please help me with the number.
Okay, so we'll text the number to you. Yeah,
All right,
we'll
thank you.
text the number to you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Yeah.
This,
Yes, you're live on Spoon. Let's hear you, ma'am.
okay, my name is Lucretia Tijan Pesa, and I call from my Tingle City resident.
Let's hear your take,
It,
ma'am. What's on
it
your
was
mind?
a speculation or information that was released on Spoon some time ago from my grandmother, Esther Trumpet, that she's late. So I just called to clear the airway that she's not late. She's alive.
You said there was this information about what? Please come again with that.
My grandmother, Mother
Okay.
Esther, who sang the song Joia, my boy, who was asking for her pension pay.
Okay.
Yeah, and people calling me from the US, Canada, and all over. Oh, sorry, I have my sympathy. She's not dead.
Oh, the Oma still alive, right?
Yes, she's alive. So I just want to clear the airway that the world may know that she's still alive, and
Okay.
so my sympathy is not timely.
Okay. Thank you very
Okay,
much. We
all right.
appreciate you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, bye bye.
Okay, so let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, Nelson, how are you?
Yes, sir. We're okay. It's good to have you on.
Okay, thank you so much, brother. Just a couple of things that I want to take off my chest. My name is David. I'm calling from Boston.
Okay.
Nelson, the first thing here is I have a problem with this Dora Scott. This thing is just wish hunt, all right? It's just like false impressment of this woman. This is what seditions and the legs of Joshua and other people wanted to see. Now they are celebrating. If this woman wanted to kill this girl, this woman raised this girl from child, from baby, up to the time that she was like a woman. Ever since, if she wanted to kill this girl, why she couldn't kill this girl when she was little? But it's now that the girl is big and doing all stuff, almost out of high school. That's the time they don't have no proof, nothing. Look, my brother, the whole judiciary says the judges and whosoever in that country, they are just compromised. Like, bro, that's it. If you can remember what Donald Trump said, or Africa, that shameful country. Sorry to say, nothing. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yeah. We're on
Yes,
radio
I
now,
don't want
so
to use, yeah, sorry
yeah.
for that word I just used. I think Donald Trump was talking about Liberia. I'm very, very sure, my brother. Secondly, is I want to tell you, Yeke, we all supported Yeke Koluba. He needs to slow down. I was disappointed, and I'm disappointed, Yeke, that we that supported Yeke, even not coming to the public, for Yeke to go A and be saying that, oh, the people in the diaspora, they are pushing cartoon and cleaning shit and whatsoever now they are coming. Can you imagine? Yeke Koluba? Do you know how much people spend behind you when you were sending down? Some of us we didn't do it public. We pay people wage just for them to vote for you. He needs to slow down before he turn out to be like Costa. Please.
Thank you.
I'm telling you.
Thank you,
And
sir.
thank you so much, Nancy.
Thank you, sir. Let's go there and take another person here. Hello, you're live. I see Mr. Dwalu is in the background. I'll be bringing him on shortly. But hello, you're live. Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah. How are you, Mr. Paula?
Yes, sir. I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Hello?
Yes, sir. It's good to have
Yeah,
you
thank
on.
you very much. Yeah, I was listening to the guy who called from the UK.
Okay.
Anyway, my name is Kilau. I'm calling from Des Moines, Iowa, in the US.
Okay.
And I try to just kind of buttress what is your man was saying. And let us retrospect from the past time when this administration took over. Let's see how many cases, not even just, how many cases have gone to the police or to the justice department and which have been solved, or whether the couple involved, have been apprehended. There is none.
Okay.
And why would people try on fast track when you have cases that were so, I don't want to describe where the murder went on, and no one had ever been caught. We had the Trump who was brutally killed, the Trump who was also involved in the same thing. We have had the girl who was killed at the police, had a good junction. We have all these people. Which one of the cases, that have been, why this woman case was so fast track? Is it a selected justice or what? There's no argument here that under this George Weah administration, there's no justice in Liberia. That's just it. People just gotta be careful, but this is the fight. And to fast track the whole trial, there's no other case that was so gruesome like Uno case.
Thank you.
No, I don't understand. I don't really understand.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's go there and take another.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. So let's take this person from here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Let's hear you.
Yes, I'm Honorable George Watkins Jr. and I phone in from district number 13.
Let's hear you, sir.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. You're live. Let's hear you. You're live on the show.
Yes, my attention has been drawn to two things that I would like to speak on tonight. One is the issue of the statement from Representative Yeke Kolba.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing I want to let Representative Yeke Kolba to be in the know of that. It was a decision committee that to the election process. So if you not slow down on the president elect of the Republic of Nigeria in Barcelona, we will make him very unpopular. We will make Representative Yeke Kolba very unpopular if he does not slow down on the president elect in Barcelona, Joseph Nima Bwaka. Two, the issue of the card case. Look, my brother, it's so saddening that Brewers ignorantly voted George Manning. We are 2017 president of this country. They may have damaged every sector of this country. Look, that case has been stage managed, but in the ability of Ambassador Joseph Bwaka, I know what he's capable of doing. And Ambassador Joseph Bwaka is going to rescue this country. That's all. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your contribution tonight. And of course, we'll still take a few more calls. Once the CEO and the team come on, then we'll be turning over to them. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Honorable Ayuba Kona calling from UAE, Abu Dhabi.
Go ahead, please. You're live. Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, my, my, my concern is that the case between former, the former Chief Justice and the government, in fact, I'm a little bit confused about about them accusing the woman of killing the non lady. I don't understand. I don't really understand this case. How can you raise a child from baby until she graduates from high school? Then he get that mind to go kill that woman, to go kill that baby. What is the rationale? What is the benefit? I'm still yet to understand the case. So anyway, we yet to see to hear from the Supreme Court because the lawyer have already sent a appeal. We yet to hear from the Supreme Court. For now, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Clearly. That's my concern.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your contribution. Let's see if we can take another call here. Hello, you're live.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from?
Oh, great. I'm calling from Kower. It's Ishmael Kower.
Okay. Mr. Carl, let's hear you.
Yeah. Just listening to the talking point, but one thing into my mind is I have to do with Honorable Yeke Koba.
Yeah.
You know,
Let me make this clear. It's about anything that's on your mind. There's no specific talking point at this time. Just whatever that issue is that's of concern to you, you get to have the opportunity on this segment to talk about that issue that's on your mind. So please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, that's one of the issues that I already something that I want to talk about a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, I want to get to understand that his re-election was based on particular university.
Okay.
That's also the Unity Party gave him the higher support to go to where he is today. If you see the person elect has not come to office here and got to use some preventive languages on the president that elect, he are not even take seat, you got to be very mindful. Because if you continue on that, you're going to be unpopular. And we the supporter of leaders, and they always say the other day that we should respect our leaders. It not something continue happening because he did the person we are, so you continue to react on that. No, it has to be post up too. We have to stick to that so that at least we should respect our leaders. Okay, we know our leaders, so if you continue on that, will be very unpopular. Then get a rest and show will be unpopular.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
We'll take another person. Hello, you're live.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Nicolas.
Yes, sir. You're live.
Yes. Next thing, the first thing I'm going to talk on is Yeka Koba.
Okay.
Yeka Koba tries to put himself to order. If the institution starts to pump him, he's going the wrong way. He want to tell me, say, the way he went to buy and buy a house that I had a paper looking.
Oh.
The campaign, the paper, he didn't want to give money. Now he didn't want to pay the paper.
So,
for him to go for treatment according to their work. Then when he can't, he gave his personal money. He's talking about you want to know him. You giving him ultimatum for him to tell you how he earned him. And not, I will not call the word foolishness, but let him please pull himself together. The second thing is concerning the justice system.
So that you talking to the
Yes. Even you, if you are my son and you act in discipline to me, I will really kill you.
Oh.
We can't do a justice system.
Okay.
Brother, Liberia, let the Patrican rescue there.
Thank you.
You want other people are saying you will not educate the person. You want to tell me say you don't want no profit before you say benefit? That you will be brave to go and kill that one? It's very, very hard for me to believe it. But it's between and they are good.
Thank you.
That's all I can say.
Thank you, sir. We'll go back and take another call here. Hello.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you, brother.
Good evening. Let's hear you, sir.
Oh, yeah. I'm wonderful. I'm looking to the Spoon Foundation and the Spoon family. even to monitor that the roof.
Mr. Dwalu, welcome to the show.
How you doing, my brother Nelson? What's going on, Chief?
Member of
Yes,
the
sir.
incoming defense team from the West Commission Party,
Okay.
president of Banasa Committee. You know,
Yeah,
my
just
family-
wrap up, Mohammed, because the team is
Yeah.
already here.
Yeah, the point I have a balloon getting to the point of child our vehicle.
Okay.
I think it's very much no, this thing or someone is behind the brain of the vehicle of the staff
You
of
say somebody
the
behind you,
support.
right?
No, someone behind the scene. Okay, and people that behind the scene, some all who know them.
Oh, you know,
that those are things.
listen, you know the person that bring the main vehicle. That what you saying? You know the person?
Nothing. Okay, no. This thing, no, you know, they pay people to do this thing. Okay, and this, the president of government. You see it? No, it's very much thing. You see it? So because they know that child or you're speaking on behalf of the citizen that even serving in the Velvio and staff in the Velvio, lawmaker and officer from the upper house of
Thank
the
you.
Grand
Thank you,
You see
sir.
it?
Thank you, sir. Let's hold you there. The CEO and the team is set now. So it's over to you, CEO and Mr. Dwalu.
Well, Nelson, thank you, man. You took a lot of calls. We appreciate it. We listened to some of our people. I love this segment of the show, man, where you guys are always taking calls and understanding, getting a pulse on the country. This is a big deal. Let's continue to push this, man. Plenty of things like bro we got to talk about to fix it. Stanton, you want to come in? Welcome to the show as well.
No, man, you still got your time back.
Okay, let me go ahead. While Stanton's still over, let me recognize some of our people in the meantime. I see Kuko Watson, Kwekwe Doberson. How you doing, Vivian Eastman? How you doing, Mana Eastman? Celia Arjivon, Jim Seta Yasa Weda, Kulo. How are you, Mama?
Do you say James Etoyo?
No, not James Etoyo, no. Agnes Kima. I see Sam Zoll, Philip Malin. How are you doing? Coach Samuel. How are you doing, Dr. Francine? I see Patrick Winkwe. I see Robert Hill. Over here is Darlene Donner, Johnson Patrick, Shirley Sna, Baker Ramsey. We see Sam Wello Sie. How you doing, Mr. Silo Puzika, Kaifa? That went by very fast. Wilbur Moore, Arthur S. Moore. Let me just let you guys know. The screen I'm reading from, it feeds into from YouTube, from everywhere. So it goes much faster than my actual screen on your or on your TV, by the way. So I see Weeks Cleefus. I see Rachel Pay. I see Boaka M. Ducle. How you doing, Mr. Ducle? I see James Papado, Nathaniel C. David Logan. Went by very fast. Morrison Kennedy. I see Wilma Love. I see Florence Boca, Thomas Jima, Alexander Baba, Kimo Beya, Walker Kwehi Bala. How you doing, Mr. Bala? Over here, I see Yaya Jesse Davis. I see Ayo, I think that's white. I see J. Yama Ward, Anthony something I forgot about that. Gola King, how you doing? Lopuzika. I see Johnson Patrick. I said your name already. I see Seth Badu. I see Diane Plates, Patience Yampin, Teresa Cully. How are you doing, Teresa? How's everybody? Josiah Q. Cooper, Peter Glade, Pino Davis, K. Martin Kendall. Everybody, then welcome to the show. I'm glad Stanton is here today for our social.
But look at the other president. CEO, please position our beloved sister Dato to her regular position.
Have a little 2 minutes notice.
Stanton, that the richest in position there. The person that moderating take this position.
Yeah.
Maybe you already know. So if you want me to move her, I will move her. But except you want to moderate, so there you go. I move her.
Dr. Francine, I want to be clear. We missed you yesterday. Our social program was a little bit. When you're not here, it don't go too good. So please, you more kind.
Because I'm not into that social thing.
Yeah, but this today.
So I would thank you for saying that. I was just going to tell you that I'm so happy that you are, in addition to opening the show, because I kind of felt burdensome because CEO was running with his different schedule, and then he has to make the show, produce content, and all of that stuff. So I feel less pressure sometimes now.
That's good.
So
That's
thank
good.
you for being
Hello,
here.
just why you talking like you in America? Why you talking like you kind of an American? What's the thing about you, Dr. Richardson? That one day you want to be a Are you a real Liberian, Dr. Richardson, or
Are
Eric,
you
your
are you a real
yeah,
Liberian?
they took you back to Liberia for a couple of years and they brought you back? Tell the people who ready you. Who ready
Oh,
Dr.
I'm sure I got
Richardson?
scared to deal with people.
No. This is part of the social program.
No,
So
that
I
are
want to.
part of the agenda to deal.
Thank
Oh,
you.
do I part of the
But then
agenda?
that put the agenda in front, Stanton. Don't get it with one hand time by.
No, but I want to do like American, man.
What kind of American?
I mean, I don't want on the show. I just say, man, can we just get out of this?
I don't want to talk.
American, can we get out of this American colonization society? That OACS that took our people on they were
What
to
do you
like,
say yesterday? Control that guy.
no. Can we get out of the American colonization society? When you ask the fifth grader, the third grader, the fourth grader in Liberia, they will tell you American colonization society sent Charlie Kinta 1822. They brought the Mayflower on Bushel Island, da. That the Richardson, are your people from that group, that American Liberian group? Can we really talk about the substance?
Lexington, my people didn't go to Lexington. I know. So which group your people came on what ship? Weatherspoon,
Yeah, the Lord they were every day. Now, hey, Dr. Francine, our topic today, actually, who picked the topic today? One woman from Nugutan.
Yeah.
What you
She
say?
called me. The woman say, Opa, I want to tell you something. I said, Mama, what you want to tell me? Video. She called me on video call. They're taking the people children from the interior, they're bringing them to Montreal, they say they can't raise them.
I want to discuss that. I really want to discuss that. So I've been having that discussion, Duado, is domestic slavery.
Thank you.
It's pure domestic slavery.
The cool woman, Mama, Ali Mary. Mama Mary, I say I was talking today. And she said, I will be on in our 4 class. Yeah, Mama. She said she's listening. Mama Mary, thank you. And she said you want to talk about that team. You're going in the interior, my people, you're in the interior. Your children in Montreal, they're not different play. If you born children, you must raise that child. It's better for you and your child to east end than to send a child somewhere so they can be set in between car there. When they will not send the children to school, they say they will send the children to school. When time come out, the children yeah be there, they be working for them. It's not all right. It making zobos. Santo, you won't come in on this thing.
No, I will come from another area though. It's not bad that those that are in position will go into the interior and get those kids to bring them to town to go to school. It's not bad to help people that cannot help their family. But this is the worst in the history of our country. You will bring them to town. You will get your 13-year-old daughter and bring the people 13-year-old daughter to town, and the people 13-year-old daughter will start washing your daughter clothes. We start cooking for your daughter. We start cleaning your daughter room. We start taking your daughter chamber and go waste it. They will start selling. They will be going to the market and be doing all these things. While your 13-year-old lazy daughter or son sitting down and telling them, but bring my food now, let me eat. That's why I come in to get vexed. I know people in government and all of government, Duadu. I know these people, and I've been saying it on the show ever so long. I know hell yeah that these people have created domestic slavery in our own country. You don't need to talk about slavery from the outside. You need to say it as it is. I have visited some people. They got children living with them, and they are doing well. I have visited some folks. They got children living with them, and they are slaves. They must stay in the kitchen. They must go in the back when visitors are coming. They must prepare the food. They abuse them. And some of the women, though, allow their husband to sleep with the babies, young girls. To be frank, we need to speak on this because our country have no gender ministry. So I'm glad that you bring this conversation up. because it's something that I have spoken on. It's something that I am so mad. If you're giving your children to those big shots, when the woman cannot sleep with the man, in the night, the man will leave his bedroom and go sleep with that little child. We have to say this. We have to say this. And we must say this because it's true. It's happening in Liberia. It's happening. They go, listen, I can put my finger up. There's a doctor I know, a Liberian doctor I know. She went in the interior and she took somebody couldn't take care of the newborn baby. They said, please take the child. Go look at that piggy today. The woman never said that somebody child. She said that my son. And you know what she did, Eduardo? She legally adopted the little boy. See things coming from America when a woman travel. When anybody going back to Liberia, see the things they carry for that little boy. The piggy got beat here. Let my hair. Hold I can laugh at the piggy. See that woman having birthday party for the. I don't want to call her name. A very decent lady. The woman brought her mother to the house and said, babysit my son. She didn't carry the bus somewhere else. That piggy not spoiled already. That's not her son. But let's flip the coin, Dwadu. We need to discuss this, man, even before we get into politics. And I don't think we have the time, Dwadu. You kidding me? Let's find a time to discuss this issue because it's very bad in our country. The guys that say I put uniform on the little girl, she attended this school. The other person say I put uniform on the little boy. That lie. That lie. That's an in-house sexual slave. Don't let me go there, man. Let me stop. Let me stop. But that's why I'm trying to find out the next gender minister.
No, yes, this is a problem in our country. It's actually, some people define it as the ward system, where a stranger can go maybe into the rural area and get a child in exchange for education. That child becomes their house sort of slave. It happens in family members too. If one family, because I hear it a lot, it's not necessarily strangers all the time. If one family maybe is doing well in Monrovia in the city area, then the other family may be in the city area too, but may not have the same privilege and the same opportunity. They will say, please take my child. Say you got more money than me, you can go and send a child to school. That is the whole idea, okay? However, it doesn't happen as expected. Some people, as Santa have said, while you have said, they will take the people's children, instead of sending the children, they will send the children maybe to the better school. Then they say the children, if the children go to school at all, they go to the less sophisticated schools. The schools,
school.
yeah, government school, afternoon school, night school, all of those things. Sometimes the children gotta get up in the morning, they gotta clean, cook, make
Afternoon school. You're lucky to go afternoon school.
Exactly. And while the children are getting educated, this has several implications for me. Okay. One, a child needs to be near its mother and father. All right. There's something that you can give to that child. Nobody's gonna love your child more than you. I'm telling you, that's just how the biology was created, that how God created children and their parents. Number two, and it's a personal story, that I'll take that back. Driver number two, if the sentence said, if you do not adopt that child, and that child live where you, something happens to you. Your biological children, even though that child not suffer, because some children can say, oh, they suffer, they carry the chimo bucket and everything. That child is not privy to get anything of yours at all, because they're not on your paper. No. They just live for you and serve you. And that is the heart of being a wicked to somebody. Okay, after that person serve you all that time, because then the biological children at the time they can come and show face. Oh, my mom did that when a man needed tea, when a man needed water, that child was carrying the water to them. Okay, yep. And then at the end of the day, that child is cut out of everything. They won't even believe or think that child has to be a part of the process of whatever that is left of you. And the reason why we talk about this doesn't even happen, again, around stranger. It happens within family, and it's not good for our culture at all.
Yeah, and Dr. Francis, I want to add this in there. There are some people, like Stanton mentioned initially, that actually take the children and treat them with tremendous amount of dignity. We have to give tremendous kudos to those people because they are doing the right thing. We are not saying adopting a child from the interior is wrong. This is a good thing. Some of our parents or possibly grandparents got educated that way. We are not faulting this. The issue that I do have with it is there is a culture in Liberia where some people go to the interior, bring these middle-aged girls or bring these younger boys into the city, and they don't treat them the way they're supposed to be treated. And the purpose of this thing, yeah, like I said, when I was speaking to the Oma, I use the name Ma Mary because I don't want to call the Oma Nijam, and I call her name, so I use Ma Mary. But the reason why we're saying this is this: if we don't address this problem, we are going to increase the Zogo numbers in the country, because if you don't take care of those kids properly, they don't go to good schools, they will become men and women that will need their own things. Guess what? They're going to get it from you and I. So society has a responsibility. Now, the gender ministry has a role to play here. If you bring a child to Morovia under any kind of condition, there should be some form of registration so that child can be tracked. Unless, of course, it's within family. Let's say Stanton is my brother, and I said, Stanton said, "Oh, Jordan, man, take my son." That's different. Stanton can come to my hall, he can see his child because I'm his uncle. But by the same token, we still have to make sure these children are accorded the same kind of services that a mother and a father would give to their own children. That's all we are saying. It's not to downplay anything. We want, at least to some extent, that this child is properly taken care of. Now, we are not suggesting that government school is bad, but if you send your kids to JJ Robert, send a kid there too. Treat them like one of your children. Don't put them in the back. Don't make them do more work than the other children, because we want our children to all feel welcome and all feel loved. If we are going to just build this society that we all can be proud of. Stenson.
I do agree, but again, Eduardo, I should say this to you. I hope we found a special program to discuss this issue.
Yeah.
This is big. This is broad. It's something that we need to discuss. We need to go all in.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Get some professionals. I mean, I know.
And I'm gonna get myself in. I'm gonna get myself in trouble on this one. I'm gonna say this, and we have to have a show because we'll be bringing in Yombli Kanga Lawrence. She'll be speaking to us. We're going to talk to some of the representatives that found themselves today at Jose Yimabwaka resident, who in, who out. We're going to talk to, talk about Musa Dane and Samara Wodokoli. What become of them? I believe Sefine. That's it. It is over. It is over now. We're going to talk about everything else, but I want to say this on this issue, and I hope people understand. Don't you know Liberians, men, I would say the men, some of them going to leave from here just to go abuse our sisters and mothers and the young women in Liberia, because they think that where they can have good pleasure, they will leave their wives, they will leave, the Senorican order, and they will go off to these little girls. And this is big, folks. I want people to understand this is huge. We just got to put it out. We got to advise, and we hope people listen. But you are right. My sister Orita said this is sensitive. It is. Yeah, some people used to bring their children into town and say, "Please send my child to school." Some of those people that went to school, guess what happened? They are ministers today. They went to school, they learned, and some of them were taken care of. But we have to have this conversation. There's no reason why we shouldn't have this conversation. And I hope Liberia understand. It's not about any one person, it's about our country, Liberia.
Yeah.
So I say thanks to my Mary, whoever my Mary is, to call them. And listen, if you got something pressing you, bring it up.
Yeah.
Bring it up. Let's discuss it. This too is good for Liberia. If you get, especially people that grandmothers and grandfather when they're on the show and the grandchild giving their hard time, I would say put your grandchild in the closet after Spoon Talk is over, because your grandchild shouldn't come on the show and be showing and be disturbing. Malu got 3 grandchildren, so
somebody recommended if you want me to take a couple of calls on this subject matter.
I don't think we got time to. I'm really backing you.
No, that's what
if we come in, let's have a whole full show, and I want you to
bring
bring some
professionals.
expert.
Bring a
Yeah, some
professional, yeah.
professional. And Dr.
Yeah.
Richardson is here. Bring in some professional. Let's dive into this. This is big, what do I do?
So,
This
man,
is
just
big.
on the surface.
This is big.
You're
You know.
muted that.
I think people who have had this experience can call in, and people who, either positive or negative ways, I think it would be helpful if you can have them join the conversation as well. It's kind of hard to, professional can talk about it, but we don't want to go too deep before it becomes
Yeah.
an issue.
Yeah. But Dr. Richardson, what the man want? What does he need?
I don't even know what a child wanted to tell my people. He won't go nowhere else. He just won't be with his grandma. That all.
Saying to your grandpa, he be dead. Not because
He was with his grandpa. He left
wait.
his grandpa.
Let me ask you a question though. The AB team, did it win the Steelers?
Yes, I think he's thinking
So
about.
are they in the playoff?
I know that what he's watching on TV now. He addicted to that sports channel. I don't know what channel it is, but if you find out anything,
Yeah, I was praying that they beat his team though.
look at trouble.
Yeah, I was saying that they beat.
Yeah, I want to give a
Steelers.
shout out to Sharon Summerfield. She's a Raven fan. I think the Steelers beat the Raven bitterly, and she's.
Oh yeah, the Steelers did. They beat the Raven.
If you want to show off, say something. They say that you want to see if you come to come get.
AB, I was praying for them to beat your team. I told Lau, I said that AB team playing. I wanted them to beat your team, but congrats to you. Who you guys play next, AB? Who you are playing next?
Buffalo.
Oh, it's a done deal. Buffalo will kill you.
Okay, that's what you said the last time. But we bet.
We bet.
Yeah. Come on now. Okay. You know we live, so I will not go there.
Well, congrats to you. I was watching the thing. I called Lau and I said, Lau, that AB team, I pray for them to beat them. But the result came out, your team won. Your team won, and congrats. Let's see how far you guys will go. If you pass Buffalo, the chances of winning will be very tough because the rest of them, they are 11-4 and 11-5. So let's see. Congrats to you, AB. I pray for the Eagles. Yeah, good job, Piquet. I pray for the Eagles. Seriously speaking, I hope the Eagles do better. By the end of the day, I want the Cowboys to take home the Super Bowl for 2023. Austin, welcome to the show.
About the Cowboys, yeah. Cowboys.
Oh, you call them Cowboys?
They're coming for you. The cut of the political Cowboys.
They will listen to you. Abula Mame, you ran away from us. You asked the people who said they might bring protests. They brought the protest, and you planned this thing all along. You were in the back, Abula. I heard your name, and I heard you conducting from the west side. Mayfield conducting, and now you guys were successful. Let's have the first conversation, and after this conversation, we're going to bring in Senator Yomdi Kanga Lawrence. We will be calling her by way of the phone. She have agreed to talk to us tonight, and then we will go to the House of Representatives on Monday. Will be big. Who will be the next speaker? We hope to speak to Jeremiah Kuhn folks and to the folks from Fanatic Kofa. What's going on? I was able to chat with Musa Ability today, and I hope we can get him if he's available. But Musa Ability have grown. He's mature. I don't think he want to be in the water. So again, guys, thank you for joining us. We'll have a wonderful program today. Today, the 9th. Today, that's it. The Senate have adjourned. They closed. It finished. They said we are not going back over there till Monday. And Monday you will have the 55th legislature. Monday. But guess what happened? Monday, it would be the House of Representatives and that of the Senate finding their new leaders. The chances of having a new pro-term or new speaker or deputy speaker, we want to discuss it today. Wherever you find yourself, it is interesting. You have to be part of this discussion. You have to be part. Today, something happened. The Joseph Yiman Bwaka camp sent out some text messages inviting lawmakers to come to the residence of the president-elect. Then the Fanatic Kofa camp came out with another message, and I'm so happy that my brother Stephen Johnson sent me all those messages, and I'll have to share them. But I want to say to you, it will be a beautiful conversation. If you look through my window, it's raining all day. We are grateful to God. We get in rain, no snow. You're in Liberia, it's kind of hard wherever you find yourself. Thank you for joining Spoon Talk. Let's have a wonderful conversation. Dr. Richardson, welcome. Mr. Dualu, as always. Stephen Johnson, thank you. Abula Mame, Fagon will be joining us. And I believe Prince Maxwell, Fadika, and Remy Gray. I don't know what Gibson Jerry is. They say Gibson Jerry trying to have his own radio station that will be sponsored by Samuel Twe. That will be an opposition radio station to Jose Yimambuaka, and they're trying to do everything they can to have their own show. So Gibson is in Liberia. He's reaching out. It's kind of rough right now on him. Samuel Tua have promised him some money. So let's see whether it will work. They want to be like Spoon. They want to beat on Jose Yimambuaka. I'm giving you the information. That's what Gibson is right now. You're asking for Gibson, Jerry. He's running in Liberia. He's in Liberia. He wants his own radio station. He want to have his own talk show. He want to come and say, you know what? Unity Party government is a mess of government. That's Gibson. Y'all please tell him. But I have a good show, guys. Your intro, Dr. Richardson, Mr. Dwadu, Abulamambe, and Mr. Johnson. Let's go, bro.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a great show. How are you guys doing, gentlemen? As usual, there's many things to discuss in our country, the way forward in terms of the legislature. I'm interested in knowing about the meeting that President-elect Bokar called, and I think we can also dive into some of the appointees. I'm hearing about the appointees as well. So I'm looking forward to a great show today.
Yeah, Stanton, welcome to the audience. Remy, it's glad to have you back. It's been a couple of days since you've been away. To the audience, it's always welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. Look, for a very long time in our society, we did not talk about a lot of things. They were taboo. I think it was Socrates who said this. He said, our unexamined life is not a life worth living. And I would just put a little twist to that. Our unexamined country is a country that's not going to develop. We have to examine the issues that are literally keeping this country behind. The more we examine them, we bring exposure to them. And once we bring exposure to them, there is a tendency to want to fix them. So in order to fully understand what our problems are, we have to identify those problems, we have to mark those problems, and we have to address those problems head on. This is our intention here, to bring up the problems that are literally locking Liberia down so we can attempt to fix them. So our children can inherit a better Liberia than we did. Once again, man, to the audience, welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. Meme.
Oh, my time. Yeah, it's good to be back. People say men can talk all, but actually been working. I mean, in the US, you have to work. So the year just started. We had to make sure we put things in place going forward. So that's why I've been busy with. That's why I will be busy with for the next, 2-3 months going forward. But it's good to be back for, a few hours, and I will leave. One thing that came up to me was the president's message. I was shocked that this guy called Mario Zagallo, who died, I think former football player from Germany, the other one I think from Europe, he died yesterday. One is 70 years, 78, the other one is 90 years old. Immediately after their death yesterday, President Weah released a statement expressing his deep regret over their death, which is normal to do. But back home in the country that he leads, over 30 people die, young children. It took him more than a week to speak. I was shocked that the president is sensitive to the point where he knows that when somebody dies, you should issue a statement of condolence. When his own people die, it took him more than a week to speak. But when old people die in Europe, 70 and 90 years old, in less than 24 hours, he was on the internet expressing regret and saying all the kind words to people who are in Europe. But those who he lead, the poor people of Liberia, those young children whose future they've not even seen yet, die under that type of circumstance. It took him more than a week. People had to put pressure on him before he could issue a statement. It is good we got this disaster from over our country. It was good we got him out. We have feels Liberia owe him more. And that's the reason why his leadership crumbled. It was just something that I saw passing. I just wanted to highlight on the show about the type of
Thank
leader
you.
we had and the type of leader we're losing. So we should celebrate that we lost a leader who was careless about his people. Just wanted to say that as the introductory comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Abula. Zizu, Steven.
You tell Steve.
Go come by, Steven. Welcome to the show, Glendy.
Thank you.
I think you.
Today's a green day, Dr. Francine.
Yeah, it looked like something happening, Dr. Francine and John Unity Party. But
got
go
the
ahead,
message.
Glendy.
Look at what you extended. They almost said not print 23 in 24. You still doing it.
Hey, you can't listen.
Yeah, man. You're hit too hard.
Yeah, Joe, we are doing a preaching. You listen to what he say. You live in 2023 and go to 2029. So yeah, let's do Joe. We are. But okay, I see that Steven is back. Let me bring in Steven. Steven, are you with us?
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yes, you good. Go ahead.
I say it's good to be back. Let me say welcome to all of our panelists, Dr. Francine, Stanton, Dwalu, Glendy, and of course my brother Mame. It's good to see you all. I think what we witnessed over the last couple of days was one French political philosopher, Charles de Montesquieu, it's often credited also for the doctrine of the separation of power. We saw that being played in the last few days. We witnessed the intervention of the court in a decision made by the executive that should have been carried out by the legislature. And so we reached a point where we saw the three branches of government being interplay in a particular instance. This what happening on injury time still proves to a larger extent that our democracy, though nascent, is maturing. And I believe that with time we can get it right. With time, our people can begin to see and bear and benefit from the fruits of democracy. And let me also say a big thank you to the staffer at the legislature. They held their ground and they stay continued to. That's the essence of democracy. The rights of people must be respected. When people work, they must receive the legitimate pay. And that's how we build a sustained democracy and empower our people, because we don't have any social safety net in Liberia. It's either you have or you don't have. There's no middle ground. And so imagine you being in a situation where you have to go months without receiving your salary or your benefits. Imagine how do you survive? And most time we tend to overlook it because we don't look at it from a more nuanced economic standpoint. We look at it just on the peripheral and see, oh yeah, they take pay 4 months. But imagine yourself in their situation 4 months without being paid. How do you think their kids are eating? How do you think they're paying their rent? How do you think they're paying transportation for their kids to go to school or they themselves to go to work? It's unimaginable. One of the dignity of labor is the fact that people are rewarded for their expertise. And so we must put in place a system that will respect the dignity of labor, that will value our labor force. And this is the kind of Liberia we think we should, we want, and I think what we want, where people are respected, where the value for labor is upheld, and then that people can be paid on time. One of my proposals has been that we split this thing about waiting 30 days before people take 1 month pay. It delays their spending power. It delays their purchasing power. Pay people in bi-weekly. Split their salary. If I make $500, split the money into two. Every 10 days, he gets $250. It makes more economic sense. It provides more spending opportunities for the population rather than me waiting for that circular flow to happen after every 30 days. And then you see within the 30 days, the man bro, he get no money. Say that in America, that the advantage is people are paid in different ways. And the reason they do that is for constant flow of economic activity. Some people taking 1 week pay, other people taking 2 weeks, other people taking 1 month. So every week in the US, people have money in their pocket or in their accounts to spend. We need to look at, we need to reimagine government. We need to see if the man make 500, gain 250 every 10 days. And you see, even though it's the same amount, but at least you gave him a cushion that in the next, when the first 10 day map ready to blow up, the second 10 day will drop. Rather than waiting 30 days, then the man I take credit on the 30 day, the interest and the penalty on the 30 day before the 30 day reaches, he already in deficit. So I just thought to make that point as my introduction. Thank you, Stanley.
Thank you very much. Glenny?
It's good to be here. Hello to everybody. Dwalu, Dr. Francie, Mame, hello. It's good to be here.
Yeah,
hello special.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
I
about
see you now change Steven name from Steven to Zuzu or Zaza. That Steven
That
not
man is
acceptable
Zuzu.
because you know he's something coming after that ZZ there.
But send me your video.
You see that man can't keep people secret.
But when you string your own spoon tour, you tell I say I beg you, I won't play my video. You say, oh, play the team, man. The man I probably too much. And you just send me a text message to play again.
Seriously, actor. Hey, hey.
Which one are they? The pleasure inside. But anyway, it's good to hear coming on the show today. From a very low level for me today. Hearing about the sentencing of Justice Scott. Send me into a state of how I describe it as a travesty of justice. It's how I describe what happened to her today, that she was sentenced to life imprisonment. I would hope that in March, when the Supreme Court reopens, that there will be a possibility for an appeal where that they will be able to get forensics and they will be able to include those outside information that they have, also to name the fact that 2 of the jurors also, that information will be considered. But just for me, knowing Justice Scott personally, it really, I really felt bad as a Liberian. And every people can have different opinions. They can believe what they want. I have said here before that I don't believe that she was capable of committing that crime. I don't believe that she committed the crime. So it just puts me in a different level. Is when you have a woman of such a high caliber to have served your country as the first female Supreme Court Chief Justice. To be at that level, it's a very low place for me today for Liberia. Suffice it to say, yes, the staffers at the Capitol building, if not for anything, they were heard. If not for anything in the end, whatever they wanted to happen prevail, we will hope that they will address the issues. I was glad that they were able to dialogue today, but it's a serious thing when you look, as Stevie was saying it, if we outside of Liberia here didn't take pay for 4 months, what would happen to us? It will be a difficult time for us. So I think it's only befitting that when people work, they should be compensated for whatever work that they do. The other thing, Mame talked about President Weah, that's a no-brainer. That's something that it's just despicable that you wait 2 weeks into all of the death and the news that we heard before you come and declare a week of mourning, but yet you can be in your church and say a lot of things. It's just disheartening for me. And then also just everything else that is happening. I know I'm a supporter of Joseph Boyka. I also have some reservations on the budget. I want to say that. And I want to mention, I don't know if what is going around is a true budget, whether it's a hearsay or they say, but everything that comes out there, everybody has an opinion. I have an opinion about that. So we'll hear some more about it, but it's good to be here.
Thank you very much. Guys, let's have a wonderful show. Our folks are depending on us to dive into the issue, to discuss that which is important for Liberia. And folks, you got to understand, we are all Liberians. We are not bringing death to your throat, God forbid. But sometimes we go into laughter just to ease the tension. Okay, so this is not your regular CNN that they are all scripted. Everything you see CNN doing, they are reading from teleprompter. They are not making one mistake. You got to read what they put in that teleprompter because it's approved by those people, the bosses. So we try our best to give you the story as it is. We may err sometimes, we made a mistake sometimes, but don't get mad and say, "Oh, you're joking too much." No, no, we got to chill. Okay, there's some serious things happening in the country, but sometimes we got to relax. It's not all symphony. We got to calm down. We got to chill because Liberians, we love one another. We may disagree. It took a while for Stephen Johnson to even appear on Spoon or Dwalu, seeing Glenny, calling me every day and say, I want to come on the show.
Hey, you
And I
see my
tell
trouble?
no sometimes. But, it's important that this is the network. And you know me, I like to joke, but I like to tell the truth sometimes. I don't lie. I have never lied on anyone.
He laugh. You even laugh at your own statement.
I love my own statement. But I want us to play the video. Now, let me ask you guys, let's go first of all. Let's go first of all to the Senate. What happened today? Did it meet your expectation? Because yesterday when I squeezed Stephen Johnson, he said, I think they're going to pass this thing. I want to Duaru say, I think they're going to confirm Musa Dion. So I'd like to start with Stephen Johnson saying Duaru is off. Then I'll go to Dr. Richards and Duaru, what's your take of today? Let's talk about the Senate and that confirmation whole thing that took place. I mean, now, what are you thinking? Because yesterday you was kind of not too optimistic.
Yeah, because Stanton, our optimism stems from the fact that the legislature has a long history of dashing the hopes of Liberians, and so we were skeptical. But I would now want to give all of the credits in this instance to the legislature. I thought it was a combined effort. I think one will give credit to the workers. They play a pivotal role in stalling most of those confirmation hearing, or else we will have witnessed something different. Two, the Unity Party Alliance for filing a writ of prohibition and a stay order. Three, the courts for upholding the stay order and ensuring that the confirmation did not take place. And then, of course, some of the lawmakers, not all of them, because there were a few of them who were bent on confirming those folks. And so those who weren't, I would say kudos to them. So it's a combined effort, largely due to the actions by the workers, the Unity Party, and of course the judiciary. Other than that, I think we will have witnessed the confirmation had it not been any stay order or the action by the workers to stop most of these proceedings from happening. I believe that those confirmation will have gone as they had earmarked, and today will be a different thing. But I'm happy that it did not happen. I think it's good for us, and it gives Joseph Boakai an opportunity that many presidents don't have. Appointing somebody on the bench of the Supreme Court is an opportunity not many presidents can point to, because they're there for life, technically 70 years. And most of the time, leaders come and they don't even have that opportunity, So I think it's a good thing for him now. And also a good thing for him is the fact that he will now get to appoint his own commissioner at the LRA. Now, bulk of what he intends to do has to be largely based on the collection done by the LRA. The LRA plays a very pivotal role because they are the only government entity clothed with the authority to collect legitimate government revenue. And so his vision for Liberia under the arrest program has to fit within the revenue envelope. And so having somebody who has a shared vision like his and who understands his agenda could be pivotal for him. So I think this is a good starting point for Bwaka. And we're looking forward also to seeing what happens as we move the topic onto the speaker position. Thank you.
Yeah, let's hold the speaker thing because we get text messages we got to share with you guys. Then we'll get to the speaker thing. But this thing about Samara Woodcourt and Musa Dean, Dr. Richardson, is it finished? Or can they come back when the 55th take over?
I'm not sure what constitutional ground that they can come under to make the case, but I believe that it is over. We are going to give President-elect Buckeye the opportunity to put someone on the bench as as he will see it befitting. I believe that our democracy is evolving. This was a good exercise of that. We saw that the Unity Party exercised their rights to prohibit to stop the confirmation. They didn't go to guns. They didn't go to, fighting in the street, which is great. That show an involvement in our democracy. They basically went to the courthouse. And of course, I don't know the role, but I know there are two women on the court. It's always good to have women. And I can tell you that they probably look at this issue squarely and fairly. I don't know what would have happened if we would have had all men on the court. And I'm not just saying that men are not thinkers, but they are. I'm just saying that I believe that it was good to have those women on the court, on the bench. The workers, once again, I think they unintentionally stopped the confirmation. As they said, their protests were not political, and I believe them. But I think their protest was unintentionally stopped the confirmation, which is also great that they were able to exercise their political rights that way. Something I want to point out was what Councilor Verdia said yesterday. I think he added another level to the conversation here we've been having. He added that usually the president is not supposed to call the legislators to a special session, except if the country is in an emergency. And that sort of made sense to me. And we went through the emergency. Basically, it has to be like a threat to the survival of our country, maybe war or some kind of sickness. And the president has to actually, if that is the case, the president has to declare some sort of emergency, declare a state of emergency for the world to know that Liberia is undergoing some threat. But that did not happen. We saw that the president just called the legislators to session at the tune of $3 million, which again, using the Liberian people money. And Liberia is not in an emergency situation. So I think that this is over with. I believe that President-elect Buckeye will not have the choice to put somebody on the bench as well as select someone who he wants to be in charge of the money of Liberia.
I mean, this is huge. Abla Mambe, man.
Yeah, I mean, we were, very hopeful that people who wanted to have Councillor Musa Dean explain his side of the different stories would do their best, to ensure he's given that opportunity to do so. And that opportunity was to keep him from going to the Supreme Court. We really, really congratulate the staff at the Liberian Senate. They stood their grounds. We say there are many ways to kill a cat. When we call for protests, people expected that people will march from Broad Street to the Capitol building. People expected that people will march from Red Light to the Capitol building. But right on the grounds of the Capitol building are people who are conscious, are progressive characters. They are concerned about the future of the country. They are also concerned about what's happening to themselves. So it was the right time. I mean, they were concerned about their salaries. They were not protesting because of Musa Dean. They were not protesting because of Samura Wolokoli. They were concerned about their salary and just benefit. And they used that opportunity, like we said, they used one rock to kill two birds. They used the rock to ensure they get their just benefit, and also use the rock to prevent the confirmation. To give President-elect Joseph Boakai the opportunity to appoint, especially on the Supreme Court and the LRA, the Revenue Authority. We know he's, in the middle of making decision. So I wanted to pivot to what we should be looking for in the new LRA boss beyond integrity, which cut across. I mean, Vice President Bwaka, President-elect Bwaka is saying you want people with integrity and commitment to the country. That's one. But at the LRA, you need more than just integrity. You need somebody who understands what's happening there. Most of the leakages that we see happening as a result of compromising audits of people books, cooking financial statements to underreport taxes. If you can have the integrity but don't understand how to unearth those cookbooks, you can have the integrity, you don't have the understanding on how people can hide their revenue to underreport taxes, you still may not be able to raise the revenue enough to meet the demand of the rescue agenda. So we need somebody with integrity, but we also need the person to have a depth of understanding of how these revenue audits are conducted, how financial statements are cooked to hide income and underreport revenue. If you cannot have that person, you need a team, a new team that will be a combination of both. Strong integrity that will prevent or avoid the attempt to bribe, but also people are not just bribing, people are using the system to cook their books, people are using the system to conduct audits and underreport revenue. So you need somebody who understands that to be able to lift up the revenue. I listened to uh, former auditor Molu on the show here. He said somebody had proposed to give some tax waiver, I think over $20 million. But because of one or two intervention and making the point that no, this is not justified, this is not justified, they were able to reduce it to I think 8 million or somewhere around there. But the point I'm making is Vice President Barker thinks about people going to the LRA. Integrity is key, but also understanding how these revenues, how these tax revenue are forecasted, how these tax revenues are underreported, and denying the country revenue to implement its project. So kudos to the Senate, kudos to the staffers. We're looking forward to see how the new administration will provide them the services they need and pay them on time.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Abula Mambe. Let me bring in our sister Glennie.
So your question that did it meet my expectation, I would say yes. I was happy today. That not only that Dr. Richardson mentioned, it shows that democracy is evolving. For me, I would like to say that it gave our protests a voice, that when we know better, we have to do better. And the fact that the Unity Party decided to use the law they had, the laws within the rights of them to go and appeal, to go and take it up to the courts, and they used that opportunity to do that. And today we also, the staffers, I think we can also say that the protests could not have happened at a better time. Because in a way, even though the protests may not have been a contributory factor to where we are today, is the fact that they were protesting also helped the situation to delay it a bit, so that we do not have a confirmation today of Musa D and Samora Woola calling. It is good, Kali. It is good that Musa D will not be ascending to become a high judge, a justice, because there are some things that he's been a part of, that he's watched and that he has seen, and that he's done nothing for. So he owe it to, and it's almost would have been for me, it meant that giving him that position or allowing him to sit as a justice meant to me like we were accommodating the things that he's done, but we're also saying thank you for doing nothing, doing absolutely nothing with some of the cases we've seen and heard. So yes, the results today met my my fullest decision. I was very happy about it. even though I was a bit sad, but I'm thankful that that did not occur. And the question about whether it's going to show up again, no, it won't, because there are senators who have said publicly that they were not going to support Musadin and Samora Wolokoli. So unless they come back in a different form in the 55th legislature or the senator people, it's not going to come up again. They're done. Musadin will not be a justice, and Wolokoli will probably be on the list to be audited. And that's going to excite the Liberian people. So this has given us a voice. For some of us who were critical about Musadin and Wolokoli, I think it has given us a voice that when we know better, we must do better and not be silent to aid and abet people who we know are not competent for positions. So I'm happy with the decision today and what happened.
So thank you very much, guys. So here's the issue, though. I'm coming back to you, Steven. This thing, you're saying no, but by law, legally, George Monowia is still the president. I don't want to go there, but indeed he is the 22nd of January. Here we go. He can say, listen, guys, my nomination is still on the floor. Do you think the new pro tem will bring that up on the agenda?
Senator, after the 22nd, all that nomination will
No,
be...
not me. Monday. I'm not talking about the 22nd. Monday, they will find a new pro tem. They got to start working, right?
Yeah, but the thing about that nomination is that and the legal people would decide, but the risk factor then I think we will not want to, because the first thing is the extension that we are called for is over. That extension ended on today.
Yeah.
So meaning that because after today there's a dissolution of the House. There's a complete dissolution of the 54th. What you see coming will be the 55th, which will have the election on the 15th. They will take the seat. Then on the next on Monday, they will usher in the new government. Now, because they're having the election does not in any way suggest that they're coming back to a full session, as because the president got to call them between this window. So if we are intends to call them between now and Monday, it has revenue implication. We are not prepared. You're not even paying the staff, or then you extend it by another few days will mean that you extend it by a month, technically, according to the law, to Senator Chivon Smith. So what will happen in the next week will not be determined by what has happened this going week, because they will not, while it's true, they will be meeting and having their internal elections. For them to sit as a body, it has to be based on and I think a lawyer will be best to explain it, but I believe also that will not happen. And I don't see Stanton in the grand scheme of things. I don't see the possibility of Musa becoming an associate justice. I don't see it. I just think if I'm Musa, I will if I have any other interest, I will rescind then and focus on his career as a lawyer and get ready to explain to whatever investigation body that will be set up in the near future about some of the things that happen under his watch. I would be concerned about those things rather than trying to see how best I can use the Honorable Supreme Court as a shield to protect myself against possible investigation.
Let's establish something, and let's just establish this. So, what was the decision from the Supreme Court?
I think that the court did not reach. I think they didn't reach a conclusion, right? I think they put a hole on it, right?
We're gonna be calling Young Blinkanga Lawrence Senator for Grand Bassa.
Yeah, because I was listening to Diamond and Nelson. I think the court put a hole on the whole process. I really wanted to hear what was the rationale, whether the process was illegal. I did not get that detail. What are the whole...
It didn't matter anyway, a lot of folks just went about the business after the Senate adjourned. They will say, you know what, that's it. We all of here. And we are uploading those videos. Nelson, where are you? If you can hear me, Nelson.
Yeah, I mean, in the absence of the ruling from the court, I mean, what President-elect Bouaka can do day one when he takes over is just to write the Senate with drawing those nominations. And then the case in the Supreme Court, is mute. That's what he just need to do on day one. If he doesn't want, which I'm sure is the case, if he doesn't want Musa Dean to be on the Supreme Court, if he doesn't want Samora Wolokoli to be to the LRA, he can just write on day one a letter to the Senate withdrawing those nominations, and then the case to the Supreme Court ends automatically.
Yeah,
Because the basis for the case is the nomination. Once the nomination is withdrawn, there's no case.
You are
And
quite
the party
correct.
can also withdraw her case.
Nelson, if you will us, please, we need a video. I don't know. You are not answering, Nelson. You got to come on the set. But again, let's just take this as it is. We will be calling Senator Yomdi Kanga Lawrence. I wanted to play the video when the Senate adjourned and say, you know what, we're done with this thing. It's finished. We're going home. Today is the 9th, whether they pay there or not. But you also saw that who spoke to those folks. Yesterday we said that Yomdi was going to speak to them on the show. We called, how you call him, Charles Brown. And certainly today, Yomdi spoke with them. You saw Yomdi, she spoke to them. The fact remains that she assured them, and the guys then left. Then what happened, Steven? The representative staff was so fair, they said they're coming out too. So they say, you please borrow all your stake. The stake that you used to put checkpoint, you borrow into us, and they took it. We have that video. Oh my God, this guy can kill me. Nelson, are you in studio? Oh Lord. So what happened is that at the end of the day, the whole situation started with the staff as well from the House of Representatives. But let me try to go ahead, Dr. Richardson, talk to us. Let me bring in the Senator Yomdi Kanga Lawrence.
I just wanted to say that I think the negotiation that happened with the protesters today at the legislature was great. This is exactly what needs to be happening in our country. People with empathy regarding the people that work for them should be communicated with. Like, I'm happy that Senator Youngbley went out there and brokered some sort of resolution. Which I heard the staffer saying that she promised them by Friday that they should at least begin to start getting their pay or their benefits. So I was happy with that. Yes, go ahead,
Thank you
Senator.
very much. Sorry, Dr. Richardson. I guess Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence from Grand Basel. Listen, guys, the senator will be joining us tomorrow after the whole 50-50 thing finish next week. So right now we have to squeeze her in by way of the phone. So don't tell me, say, but why the senator can show face? You want to see her face? Go to La Bureau. The inauguration, you will see her face. Senator, welcome to the show. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
So thank you, Senator.
That Steven said you want to see your face. He gave me a hard time.
Francis, good evening. Oh, they want me to show my face? Don't worry, I'll show my face. It's been a busy day, so I think you just want me to call in.
Yes, ma'am. How are you today? We into the conversation about you guys closing the 54th legislature from your end. We received a note from Albert Chair, the pro term, as he ends this term. We are now talking about moving forward, but we saw you today speaking to the staff of Charles Brown and his group. Can you give us an overview as to your promise to them, your assurances to them, and the way forward for them?
Well, starting as per the rules in the Senate, when we call back by the president, there's always a compensation. I think it's 50% per your salary for the senators and the staffers. And we've been called back twice in the last 2 months. And like I said to the staffers today, I think there was a gap in communication. Because when you're not communicating to the staff, there misrepresentation, and that leads to all of the strikes actions you saw for the past few days. Because of budget shortfall, I know you've been following, well, $1 million budget shortfall. There hasn't been salaries forthcoming, especially when it comes to benefit for the special sitting. And for 5 months, the senators and the staffers have not gotten their gas. But because the senators are not talking about it and they are not communicating, so the staffers did not know that we were also not benefiting. So today, I had to go to meet with the staffers for the past few days. The protest was very intense, and they were not able to meet with any senators. I think you follow. So I made a call and appealed to them that it was time for them to listen. We had a conversation, and I explained to them what the situation was. Especially for this whole week, there have been efforts to process their compensation. Today we concluded on that. And there were other issues like the insurance payment and the two buses that were in the budget. But a lot of budget lines were just left undone because of the shortfall. So we are waiting for the new government to get inaugurated so we can revisit those lines. They agree with that on the basis that at least by Friday, the pay will hit the account because it takes 3 days to get there. And they agreed to move the roadblock. I also told them that it wasn't a good image for the country, especially when senators and their leaders are misrepresented, because the signal that was out there was that senators received 30,000 or 60,000, which was not true. And that after electing a new government power and all of these international partners, Liberians in the diaspora, and everybody's excited about coming to Liberia to be a part of the inauguration. We cannot be protesting and sending out the wrong signal that would tarnish the image of the country. So it was important to dialogue when there are issues to be raised, especially when the inauguration will be on the grounds of the capital, and people needed to start preparing. And you do not know what's the plan for other people out there who could infiltrate your group, especially if your goal or the intent is just to get salary. So we all agree to tone it down and just continue to dialogue as we meet their needs in stages.
So, Senator Yombly, thank you again for joining us. Before I pass you over to the guys for them to ask the question, again, I just want you to please, we got to be on record. So, Friday, the Stafford money, the paycheck, the salary will be in there, will begin to kick into their account, correct?
Well, it's not just the staffers, even the senators are even hoping that they get their compensation too on Friday. So I think the entire check is being processed at the central bank, and when that authorization gets out, everyone should expect their compensation for the special session on Friday.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Dr. Richardson, you go in, Mr. Dualu, Abulai, Stephen Johnson, and Glenn Lee.
Senator, I just want to tell you thank you so much for brokering the negotiation with the staffer. I believe, well, you show leadership in terms of some of the qualities of a leader. Communication is a strong one, empathizing with them, and especially making a decisive decision. You'll find out where the pay is, and tell them by Friday. At least you have something. So I thought that was excellent on your part. My question to you is, I'm going to ask you a question that Stanton was just asking us because I'm curious to know the answer to this question. Is do you think this nomination of Dean and what's his name, Samara Willicully, is done? Is a done deal, or can the president come back in the next legislature and say, I want to put my nomination back on the table? What do you think? You there?
Well, today we close session, and Monday is the official opening of the 55th.
Okay.
And that comes in with the new leadership of the Senate, the elections for pro tem and all of the leaders and different committee members. So it's going to be a new Senate on Monday. Usually there are business on the president's desk that are deferred to that will be deferred to the 55th, and it will be the decision of the Senate and the president pro tempore to make a determination as to if they should continue that process, because the term of the president ends 4 o'clock on the 22nd of January. So at 11 o'clock on the 2nd, he can stay appointed. That's his constitutional rights. So that will be left with the senators and their leadership to make a determination if people appointed by the president during that period should be confirmed or not.
Wow. All right, go ahead, Mr. Dwadu.
Senator Ali Bosere Azanyoe. So let me ask you a question, Senator. I think it's a foregone conclusion that you will be the next Senate Pro Tempore Liberian Senate.
Wait. Don't ask my question, man. Hey, man. It's not a whole thing today, man. Hey, man.
Okay, no, I will chip it. I will do.
A little bit. It's more.
No, listen now. Senator Kanga, Grand Bassa is deep within my soul. Should we expect that Buchanan will load up Buchanan again on this 55th legislature? Let me just switch a little bit. Bassa as a whole?
Well, I cannot formally announce tonight that I'm the president pro tempore of the Senate. Well, what I can say is that the Senate is concluding on consensus building. I'm very grateful to the Senate, the old senators and the new senators who have been working very well behind the scene. There's going to be a retreat on Friday to Saturday, and we're going to conclude those negotiations. And by the time we get out of that retreat on Saturday, we'll make a statement.
Thank you. Abula?
Yeah, I know she's not yet the pro tem, but she's likely to be the pro tem. I don't want to wait for that time. I want to start having conversation around reforming the Senate. And it begins with this question about audit. Every one of us, including you, continue to call on President-elect Boakai to audit the executive, audit the government. What can you say here on the show as your commitment to having the Senate audited? I know the GSC continues to argue that the Senate doesn't have a financial statement, but there are different types of audit. There are financial statement audit, there are performance audit, there are compliance audit. You don't need financial statement to do compliance and performance audit. What can you say to Liberians? As everyone knows, Joe Boakai is committed to auditing the executive. What can you say to Liberians about your commitment as Senate Pro Tem in waiting? Hopefully you become to get a Senate auditor. So you two know where you're taking over from. Like Boakai would know where he's taking over from. That's my question.
Well, I'm one senator who has been pushing reform in the Senate, and especially when it comes to financial management. And I've proposed on several occasions auditing of the Liberian Senate. But that includes a lot. First, you must have system in the Senate. We have started consultation. We have to make sure that there's system audit and that all of the departments or financial sessions in the Senate have system instituted. Our staffers who are in charge of those department capacities are built. And then we can test the system. And after a few months, we can start to audit. In the absence of that, there's not going to be the kind of cooperation that you need, and there's not going to be the kind of collaboration, especially what you need to complete such an audit. So we are working on that. We have started writing proposals. We're going to be talking to international partners who can help to support in that way. We're not saying that we're not audit, but it's going to be the first and foremost thing that we will want to do. And so we can have the capacity and the right people in the right position to be able to work with auditors so we can come up with the kind of reports we need to make the decisions that we have to make.
Beautiful. Stevie?
Good afternoon, Senator. It's good to see you. My question is, yesterday we had Councillor Verdia on the call, on the program, and among other things, one of the things he spoke about was the reason behind the president calling for a special sitting of the legislature. And we can recall that in the letter from the president, it indicated that the recall was based on certain issues of national concern. And I was a little confused because when we look at what were those instruments that needed to be passed that had grave national concern, we clearly didn't see any. It was either the confirmation of Samora Wodo Koli and or the confirmation of Musa Dane. What grave issue of national concern did the president have that warranted the second recall of the legislature other than the confirmation?
Well, we also flagged that concern because when the president called back the legislature, and if there's a proclamation issue address a constitutional matter or issue of national concern. And if you watch our argument, we didn't see any matter of national concern, so we raised that. But then again, the Senate makes decision in plenary with majority vote, and with the president pro tempore preside.
What happened?
Of national concern, so we who didn't have the numbers to override that had to make sure that we're in session every day to make the right decision in regards to the special session. But those were issues that we raised, and we know that we shouldn't have been called back because those are not issues of national concern and they were not constitutional matters.
Great. So, Senator Youngbley, Kanga, Lawrence, the only senator I have in the Senate when you talk about
Glendy Town.
Oh, Glenny, I forgot Glenny on the show. I thought Glenny was on the other. I thought Glenny was on the other show. Glenny, sorry, I didn't see you.
Senator Lawrence, how are you? How you doing?
I'm good, Glenny.
Good, it's good. Let me just. I'm not going to take up too much time, but I want to highlight what you've done for Liberia. The first opportunity that I get publicly to say thank you for the selfless sacrifice that you showed for our country. We can only hope that the history of Liberia will remember you for everything that you've done. And I want to say thank you from the depths of my heart. The first thing I like how you answered Walu's question very smartly when you said that you cannot officially say that you are the Senate pro tempore. I like that you answered that way. But we can deduce from your response that this is a done deal. So we will. The congratulations will come in order after the announcement is made by you or by the team on Saturday. So we're watching. I want to ask you, when we're looking, just to go back to the staffers and their pay, I want to ask you, who can you contribute this situation to as it relates to senators were called back for a special session? Of course, there's compensation. How is it that the staffers also did not get the information or were not fully informed that they will be compensated so that we would not have had a strike or so for that length of time?
Well, Glenny, we don't get compensation every time we're called back to a session, even though we should. But sometimes when we know that there's no allotment for that and the budget is or they're struggling, we make a determination or we decide as elders that we'll come back with a compensation and get regular paid. So we've done that many times. So without announcing to anyone, we just agree that we'll go for this special session and we don't have to have compensation if it was not captured in the budget or if there was no money available for that. So we just, when the Senate agreed for a special session, we just went to session and continue until I think a few days to the close of session in a meeting. The senators were concerned why there were no compensation, and the staff was also raised the issue about being called back. So we just on 2 occasions with no compensation. So the president pro tempore started to engage the government and the finance ministry to see if they could make some arrangement to get compensation for the Senate. And I think the House of Representatives started to do that on their side because in less than 2 months, the legislature were called back 2 times, and they thought that it was fair enough to give, if not 2 compensations, at least 1. But when that decision was made, I think it was made 2 days before the strike, and the president pro tempore informed us that he was going to have a consultative meeting, and if he had gotten good answers about compensation, he will come back to inform the Senate. And it was announced that we have a meeting at 11 o'clock that morning to get the information, and the staffers did not wait for that meeting to be over. But we thought that the chairperson on Waste, Means and Finance should have informed the director of HR, because he's solely in charge of payroll, especially the chairperson on Waste, Means and Finance and the financial aspect of the Senate. So I informed the HR about the efforts that we're making to make sure that people get compensated. So that wasn't done in time, and the strike was right there. So then that made it very difficult for the staffers to listen in the midst of misrepresentation that senators had already gotten paid, and the staffers were not being taken care of.
Thank you.
So, Senator Yobley, thank you very much for taking off your time. I know you've been very busy, but I will ask my last 2 questions, and I never had the time to ask you a question all day. I will ask my last 2 questions. So, Senator Yobley, let's just talk about what is happening with the most recent court ruling on Gloria Muslim-Scott. Your take.
Well, that's something that I don't think I want to talk about tonight. Those are legal matters, and I've asked to talk to the head of the legal team for Councillor Gloria Scott. Councillor Gloria Scott, I have a very special relationship with her. She is my mentor. I take off time to visit her at the prison compound. I intend to do that this week, but I don't want to say much until I have a conversation.
And I respect
the decision today. The decision today has been very emotional for me, and I cannot question the court, but I will look forward to seeing what happens next.
I respect that. My first question, then I'll ask the last one. The issue about you will be the second female pro term if chosen, if selected. We all know, I have asked nearly all of the senators, outgoing and incoming, and I mean nearly all of them, and some of them that have posted. It seemed to be anyone that put their hand up to run against you, they are placed on sanction. Why so?
Well, how am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know? Well, I will be the first elected. If I'm elected, I'll be the first elected female. The first female was asked to end the term. Yeah, she was asked to end the term of the president pro tempore.
Thank you.
So after Monday, if I'm elected, I'll be the first female elected. But I can't answer that question because there are other people who are placed on sanction. And the good thing is that senators who were placed on sanction, we had a very good conversation after that, and they have confidence in my leadership, and most of them have agreed to support me.
Can you tell Liberian, sorry to interrupt you.
Sanction at that time.
Can you tell Liberian who running against you? Who's your opponent?
Well, so far I know Nukwe ran against me, and he declined. Then Senator Bwesanga Finley is the last one in the race. Senator Sai Joseph came in there, and then he declined also. Senator Bwesanga Finley is the last one in the race, but there have been several black meetings from both blocks, and from all indication, we are close to building consensus.
Thank you very much. So my last question.
Because we have the numbers. Both blocks are cooperating very well, and we've negotiated most of our Senate positions, placing people in the right positions and on leadership and on different committees. And hopefully, on the weekend, we'll conclude on that.
Yeah, so you answer my question about those committees and who you placing on them. Thank you very much, Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence. Just in case if Josh woke up on the wrong side and say I'm going to push for my nomination, and you are the pro tem, will you bring it on the floor? Will you bring them up?
Well, I can't say that to you. Wait until I'm.
Thank you very much.
I can better make that decision when I'm given the opportunity to hold the gavel.
We appreciate you. Wish you well. We can't wait for Monday. We will be there all four waiting, listening. Thank you, Senator.
Good night. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But the last question was powerful, guys. Again, very well answered. She's right. I doubt whether she will even look at that document if they try to push that thing in.
That thing nowhere.
That thing is there upon the arrival. So, Steven, I mean, you listen to Yombly Kanga Lawrence, man. She gonna be the next pro tem. I've been looking all through. I can't find anybody. No, seriously, I'm not going to joke. She will be the next pro tem. I can't find anybody. They beg Basson guy say, y'all won't open that passport story on me. I don't want that thing. Y'all leave me alone. Still coming, man, with the voice of Yombly. She have resolved a lot of stuff. You shouldn't forget that. She have gone through a lot of fire to be where she is today.
You know, Yombly is a very strong woman. I mean, women in politics, especially in our parts of the world, they have to go through lots of trials and tribulations. More often than not, when a woman avails herself for political office, the barrage of attacks she receives is not compared to what the men would. Women are often denigrated in many ways. But to see women still, amidst all of these odds, aspiring for higher positions, speaks to the issue of fortitude, audacity, that daring spirit, and I like it. I like to see women who are very forceful, who want to succeed. And one of such women, whether we like it or not, is Yombly. Another person, Ellen, and many other women who we've seen in our body politics excel to many top position, and I support her for the pro tem position. It's been my original position since she didn't get the pick of the vice president. But listening to her speak tonight only further justifies why I support her. She has grown politically over the last 10-15 years. She answers the question in ways that any seasoned politician who, I think, her disposition here tonight is indicative of the fact that she's ready for the pro tem position, and who is well poised at this critical juncture to lead the Senate than Yombly, especially so she comes from the Rescue Alliance. She understands the issue. She believes in the arrest agenda. And so this will be a perfect opportunity for us to, in ways, consolidate the government in ways that it can benefit the general hopoloid of our people. So yes, Stanton, I think it's good. I'm happy to hear her speak as always. She comes from a county that I come from, so I have my own bias. But she also is somebody I admire politically as a female who aspires for greater heights, and her story, what she's been through personally, and all of those things. It's a lesson learned, can be a footstool for many young women.
Thank you, Stevie. It's something about Yombly, and I think she needs to start writing her book. It's something about her Dwado. Yombly, I didn't know we had 3 Bazola on this show. We got to start thinking about what's going on now.
You will
We'll be
learn.
having 3
You will learn
Brazilian.
the hard way. The hard
Yeah,
way you will
it's
learn.
kind of too scary. I just realized today we got 3 Brazilian. We gotta make some corporate changes.
They
Do
can
I
always
look?
sneak in and just dominate.
Yeah,
No,
most
no,
definitely.
But me and
Where
Meme
is
from
it?
the scene trap. What are you talking about?
But instead of me, Mame and Dalu from the same side too.
Yeah.
Where?
Oh,
Man,
Bombi.
choose one side, choose one side.
No,
Oh,
my man, come on. From Bombi, my mom from Bombi, Mame.
oh,
I'm
okay.
prepared for
Oh,
me.
You
okay,
see
okay.
it?
So, stay tuned. Let me come in. First of all, let me recognize the Senator DeLong. He's on the show, and Jessica Johnson. Jessica, welcome to the show as well. Look, let me say this. And one of the things that people forget, for a woman to climb to that height, and I want to expand what my brother Stephen Johnson said, they have to literally pursue excellence beyond the typical, because there is more required of them, expected of them. This is why when they get to the height, they're so excellent, because they go through tougher climb than a typical man will. Now, I'm not saying men are just giving this on a silver platter. This is not my suggestion. But what I'm saying is, look at the legislature over the last, the Senate especially, over the last 3-4 Senates. I think we have about 1 or 2 women in there. At any time, at one point, it was just Jumbly alone, if I'm not mistaken, until Bogo County came in from Bapulu County. And now I think we'll have 3 women this time around, right?
And now you got Dabala Vabala from Cape Man.
From Cape Man. So this is a good thing for our society. But Stanton, I want to say this. Whenever you have...
I know I messed that woman name up. I call it Deba Vabala, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
When you have women making the kind of national decision, this is what it does. And this is not coming from me just saying it. There's been studies upon studies that have shown this. The legislation become more responsible when the more women get involved. The policies that are coming from government tend to be more inclusive. The policy tend to look towards our children better. They tend to look towards the family, because women tend to nurture. So we want more women in the legislature, and I think that's good for Liberia. And I'm so excited about Honorable Yombi Kangase's representation in the Senate. And I think Liberia will be better for it, literally.
I do believe I will keep our sister for last. So, my man, come in. Let's talk Yombly and let's wrap this thing up.
Yeah, I mean, Nyombli represents, Senator Lawrence represents the new face. When you talk about patience in politics, when you talk about support, commitment, and loyalty, she's becoming to be that identity. You follow her story of how she buried her ambition, how she abandoned wealth for the sake of a mission that she believed in. Is an example that many young people will follow. I know several of them. I mean, Osa will say, I like the way Nyombi behave. But when she became the Senate Pro Tem, it gives her more visibility. It gives her more opportunity to tell her story. I will encourage her to tell that story outside of politics, so that people can believe, whether in politics or not, whether it's in family or in society or in business, patience matter. You can have your ambition, but your ambition must be reasonable. Yes, they say when your ambition doesn't scare you, it's not big enough. That fear doesn't mean your ambition should be reckless. That fear doesn't mean your fear of your ambition should even be to the extent where it kills you. It should be a reasonable fear. Nyombli had an ambition. Her ambition scared her. Her ambition guided her. Her ambition took her to patience. Her ambition took her to support and commitment. Today, here is Nyombli. She's about to be the first female elected pro tem, and is expected to be on web ballot, unprecedented. It means she's winning support from all over because of patience and commitment. That said, I was not very happy with her response about audit. I was not very happy. I know she has this whole agenda about reforming the Senate. That is good. We support her. In the absence of audit, I know she's making the case that we don't have system in place to audit. But that's what, in fact, the audit should do. The audit should assess, the audit should evaluate, and the audit should be recommending to you the different systems to put in place. So you cannot postpone audit because you want to put in place system. The audit should be conducted on the operations of the Senate, the compliance of activities, and that audit should recommend that because of XYZ, we recommend this system to be put in place to improve going forward. So, Senator Nyombli, good ideas on reforming and putting in place in system, but system cannot be the replacement of audit. Audit can be conducted anywhere, even if there is no system, and the Senate should not be an exclusion. That Senate should be audited, not necessarily to go catch rogue, but let there be an external review of what happened over the last 6 years. And that review should make recommendations on how to improve going forward. It is those recommendations you will take to improve the system. What did you audit that you now know you want to reform? Yes, reforms are needed, but let the audit be the one to tell you what happened and guide you on the reform process. We'll engage further on the issue about audit in the Senate. We cannot use reform as a substitute for audit.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Thanks a lot. Glenny?
As a black woman, as a black Liberian woman, as a woman from the soil of Grand Bassa County, I am extremely elated. I'm excited because what it shows is and there can be so many adjectives that we describe the character of a woman.
I don't hear Kumba English, sorry.
Lawrence. But I want to summarize everything that she's done in this election up to Joseph Boakai as being a woman of resilience, a woman of selflessness, and a woman of strength. But we have to also say that what this teaches us as a people watching her is that there was no form of greed. She could have continued to be like me. I was so upset with Joseph Boakai for not picking her, extremely upset. But it shows me to her that she had patience, she had tolerance. What we can learn and just listening to her, that's why I went back to that question, because for me, what it meant was when you are going to have a Senate pro tempore on a white ballot, on a united front, it speaks volume that there's going to be a lot of coordinating, a lot of cooperation. And it also says a lot about the character of this woman, Yombi Kanga Lawrence. Both said that that the player will stop here for the Bassa people. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. You're muted.
Sorry, guys. I'm doing something here. I want to emphasize what Dwalu, Mame, and Steven said about the role of women in politics and how it can be a challenging and difficult role, but yet and still we have to give credit to women who exceed when they are doing well in this role. So I want to tell you guys thank you, and I hope that Liberia will see more women in this particular position of power. I believe that Yomli has done well in terms of shaping the direction of the politics in our country. Over the past couple of years, I was waiting to hear her voice, in the Senate. She's been there for a long time. I was waiting for a voice. One of the things that people always tend to see her negatively was, the issue that happened between, I believe, she and Sir Joseph. So that was what people remember most about her. But in recent days, we can see that she's been speaking out for the Liberian people. And I think putting her in the position of pro tem will provide an opportunity for us to actually see her bring issue that is in the interest of the Liberian people on the floor for discussion. This is one of the power that she's going to have. She's going to be able to communicate, be kind of the medium between the executive branch and the Senate, basically, and also serving as a model to other women in the Senate. There's only 3 of them now. So I see a lot of growth opportunity for Yombi. I really do. I heard her how she responded to questions. I saw the growth chart going up. I mean, she was very savvy. She acted just like a politician, and not like a woman. And I like to end the phrase by saying, I hope that I get it right. As politicians can say that when you give a man $1, he will spend it on drinking, women, other things. But when you give a woman $1, she's most likely will spend it on something substantial like her children, like maintaining her home or something like that. So I want Liberians to keep that image in their mind. So thank you.
So when you give Syrian Johnson $1, you want to tell
Yeah,
us
you say,
that on the show, Syrian will go. That's what the dollar would do. But when you give Yumbly $1, the next thing you know, she's a pro temp. But let me go back real quick before we move on the other side. Guys, everybody got mad. The entire Yumbly supporter, when the whole thing started. Oh, Jose Imambuaga didn't appoint her. Oh, she's going to go to Mr. Cummings. Oh, Madam Salif called her. I mean, go back. Could just go back. Few months. Go. It was crazy. But you're right, mommy. Yombly became patient. And we all came hard. I came hard on Yombly. Whenever I come hard on Yombly, then I call her. And she said, move from there, man. So when people don't know what you're doing in the back, then they just come and attack you. But she becomes so resolute and determined. And for this purpose, we'll be celebrating a pro tem called Yombly Kanga Lawrence. I'm going to say it. Say what you want to say about me. It's up to you. But I'm going to say she will be. There's nothing going to stop her but God. She will be. And she deserves it. Now, the leadership, we look forward to her setting those agenda. And I will say to you, if John, we are thinking that he's so smart to kind of force Yombly to bring that thing on the floor, you will never see that thing there after January 22nd. She ain't going to say it. But we'll call everybody we know. We'll call her children, her grandchildren. We'll call her father, the old man Kanga. We'll call her mom. We'll call her sister. We will call her brother-in-law, Tim, Bay, and the rest of them, all her sister in Florida, over, and tell us they don't never make young people out here on the floor. Because Joia is done. He made a mistake. Let's close on a good note, folks. Seriously, Steven, Joia nominated Minister Dean. You think if it were only Minister Dean, this thing was going to go through? But then he brought in Samara Wilokodi. A lot of people say that's that Samara Wilokodi nomination messed it up. What say you, Stevie?
I think the selection, the appointment of the nomination of Dean was already a hot topic. And what the nomination of Samora did was to add more fuel or gasoline to the fire. I would think that had the nomination not been Musa Dean, let's assume we had appointed a very reputable and credible judge or lawyer, then the question would have been, will that person have gone through the confirmation? I would say yes to an extent. But the fact that it was Musa Dean, the reason it became complicated was, one, Musa Dean is leaving the position where he has a lot of questions to answer. And so what it did was it created a public spectacle. And that's why we had the now one for the nomination to take a public dimension, meaning the Liberian population got involved. And thanks to what we do here on Spoon, we elevated it and made our people to understand the danger and what will happen should Musa Dean be nominated. So yes, Musa Dean's appointment was already a flame. It was already a disaster waiting to happen. The nomination of Samora exacerbated the fire, I think, and then what it did also, it brought more and more attention to the legislature. And one of the things I noted about the Liberian legislature, every time there is a microscopic analysis about the legislature, they get concerned to an extent. Whenever we draw the microscope very close to what they do there, they get afraid. And the reason they get afraid is they see that the clock, the political clock of our country is not static. It is revolving. That if George Weah, who many consider as a populist president, can be given the exit door, none of them are exempt from being shown the exit door should they misbehave.
You're right. Dualu, take us home on this, man. Then we'll go to the representative.
Yeah, but Stanton, look, Stephen, thank you for mentioning that we need to always have the microscope literally focused on the Senate or the legislature as a whole, so they can do the right thing if that's what it takes. But I want to say this: President Weah is not a savvy politician, nor does he even care about politicking. I've always said this on the show. He's a man child. He does not care. Look, President Weah was just doing that because somebody told him to do it. I will appoint a bunch of people. I don't think he even cares if they get confirmed or not. Everything he does is to deify President Weah himself. He's not a savvy politician. He didn't care about really confirming Musadin. Look, President Weah was just trying to do something. So let me try to tell where I and where I eat. He was just hoping it was going to work. But what he didn't take into consideration was we were going to pick up this topic, pound this topic home, let the Liberian people know the consequences of these kind of decisions, what they're going to do to our society, and to compound that and say, you know what, wrong? You put some hard there too. Maybe the people you confirm all of that. You talk to them, the senator there, they ain't get no spot. Anything I tell them to do, you do it. I mean, you put it in there. Because Papa Hennessy SO, you put it in there. That's all it was. He didn't care. And I'm just so glad that this man is not going to screw up a bunch of Liberian children's lives in future. Let me say this before I give it to you, Stanton. For every 6 years a man rules, the consequences, the effect of his leadership can stretch as far as 20 years. Now the thing we're playing with so with the main power for 6 years, the decision and what you can be making, it can go and read 20 years. That's how much we screw this country in the hands of a man that has no business near responsible leadership. It pains me every day knowing that this man was the president of my country. So I'll give it to you, man.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and play this video, number one.
So the Senate staffers have finally agreed to remove the roadblock. Calm has been restored here for the negotiation by Senator Kanga Lawrence. The Senate is expected to close today. What is not clear as to whether the confirmation hearings and subsequent confirmation or denial of President Weah's.
So there we go. At the end of the day, there we go. You see exactly what they removed the roadblock. But then guess what? They borrow it to the staff of the representative as well. And, they send it to them. They say, okay, you say till Monday. These people are demanding their own pay as well. What's going on? Well, I agree with you, Eduardo. I think the president just tried to mess this thing up. I believe that Minister Dane, he was doing pretty good, probably negotiating well, keeping it on a low key. Then Vanish Sherman said, well, I'm going to bring it on the floor. We received a message from Vanish Sherman when he said that, and when they jammed him, let me just do this real quick. We received a message from Vanish Sherman, and Vanish Sherman said, no, I would never ever disobey the order of the Supreme Court. And after they started to jam him, he started saying he would not disobey the order of the Supreme Court, whether express, implied or constructive. He was directly telling them we will go to the Supreme Court. I'm not bringing anything on the floor about Musa Dane. And here we are today. There will be no confirmation. The guys then closed. They gone home, set finish, and Musa Dane life in the cold. So Murray would call it on the other hand was still keeping his finger crossed. He was praying. But I want to bring us to the speakership, guys. I want to bring up to the speakership. It's very important because something strange is happening. Let me start with you, Duadu. You've been following this thing ever so long. What do you think? Speaker Funati Kofa or Speaker Richie Kuhn? Today, negotiation was huge. But before we do that, the producer has finally decided to upload one of the videos we're waiting for. Senators are leaving. They're packing, they're taking pickup truck and say, we're out of here. They are leaving. One of the senators is a senator for Grand Gita. Let's play his clip.
So, as you know, the legislature, that's the 54th legislature, will be ending its session today. And on the 15th of January, the new legislature, which is the 55th legislature, is going to take its seat, and there will be a ceremony here. And so senators who were voted out, representatives who were voted out, have been holding out stationaries and other furnitures from their offices. And so as you can see here, this senator or this individual is Senator Marsha Dennis, who got voted out by the people of Grand Gita County, is moving his things away from the building. You can see the desk has already been placed in the speaker chalk, and the chairs are also been placed there. You see the guys airlifting that chair. So Senator Marsha Dennis of Grand Gita County, who got defeated by the former warlord and head of the Model Group, Thomas Yaya Nimne, who is now going to be the new senator of Grand Gita County. Is going to take seat on Monday, and so as you can see, the Senator Stavros have come to remove his belongings from his office.
So there we have it. There we have it. I mean, I don't know what you guys. It's finished. They got it not coming back. It's done. It's done. Marsha Dennis, then they're gone. 11 of them gone. There's no need to come back. So let's just jump over to the House of Representatives. Before we do that, at the Supreme Court today, somebody was spying from the bush or at Temple of Justice. I don't know why he acting like a witchcraft spy, because the people said they're not confirming the men are dressed in the coat suit, everything, and you are expecting confirmation. Look at him. Look at him. Jesus. He's right back there.
They call that Drafe.
He right back there. They said no confirmation. The man still begging. They said the brother spent almost $300,000
of the people's money.
Yes, to lobby his way for them to confirm him.
Good luck.
And it was a show. And I don't know whether it's true. The allegation. How you call it one allegation? A man will tell my own free back. They said the man Morris Satuma, they showed the man that he was going to be confirmed to be the next LRA commissioner.
Akale.
Yeah. Look at him. You can see him in the back, in the green grass, like a green snake in the green grass. This man looked like in the Garden of Eden, that he don't want to get Eve the apple to eat.
Jesus.
Yeah, but you can see the man in the green grass. Look at the man. Desperate for the job, to get job money where he for $2 million off the back of the Liberian people.
When your PhD and your master's degree fake, you would do anything to keep your saying off it.
So to be fair, it's right there. Okay. So if you guys want to take a 5-second real quick on it, then we can put his picture down. But this guy is the serpent in the Garden of Eden. So people got to be careful on him. Look at him. He's dead. And they told him to leave. The staffer said you can't come close. He went to Temple of Justice. They say you're not coming there. Everybody told him to leave. And he started to spy from the back. The man was spying from the butchers, man. This is not right, you know. And the people said no, but you know what? You know what I think, you know. I won't see him coming in from Dedon for confirmation.
Not deaf.
Man, I was seeing coming in from Dylan for confirmation. Let you bring the blue bag, the blue plastic bag.
Plastic bag.
Don't be a disrespect. Let you bring a blue plastic bag. And so they couldn't even consider him. But folks, we want to say thank you for joining us. Now we are crossing over to the speakership
Senator,
position.
can we say something on that video that the guy was?
Yes.
Or the men are moving.
Yeah.
You know, but man, this is our show. Say anything. You free. You want me to play
You know,
again? Or you good?
No, let me say something quickly. I
All
beg
right.
you. When I watch that video, it breaks my heart, and the reason it does is the Senate, the legislature accounts for 65 million of the public coffers. The simplest thing the legislature can afford to buy should be furnitures. And here's what I want to say. The legislature can be the driving force beyond the implementation of the liberalization policy. That the legislature, and this will be something we challenge young them to do, that the legislature must only buy everything Liberian. Decks and chairs must be made in Liberia. You have 103 lawmakers. If 103 of them buy decks and chairs from local Liberian producer, you will have impacted the local economy to a larger extent. You've created jobs and gave people revenue. To see this guy toting imported decks and chairs across the Senate floor, it just shows that apparently the 60, and that's why I agree with Mame in terms of audit. We cannot be spending 65 million on the legislature and and people leaving office, taking air conditioning, taking chairs and decks. It's wrong. And the new leadership, both houses, must ensure that the buy Liberia policy must start with the legislature. And we will push them to ensuring that this happens. All lawmakers, in fact, the procurement department, all government agencies must ensure that all furniture in all government agencies across the country must be made in Liberia. This is how you empower your people. This is how you empower local business people, ordinary Liberians, so that they can be encouraged to produce. Most of these governments furniture, they buy them from imported stuff. When you have decent carpenters and craftsmen in Liberia that can produce decent furniture for these public buildings. In the US, the United States government buy all things made in America, from cars down to everything is made in America. The reason to do that, you cannot be the government collecting taxes and not improving the life of the people through buying local. We have to adapt that. We must ensure that all government agencies across the country, including all branches, must focus on buying local, buying made in Liberia products, so that we can push this liberalization policy. I just thought to make those points, Stanton. Thank you.
But go ahead, tell it.
So, but my thing is, I mean, I hear what Stephen is saying, but my thing is the appearance that it even gives. You work for the government. Should the government not be responsible for furnitures that are in offices? And why are they even allowing him to take those furnitures? Does he have receipts that he purchased? And why would he even be allowed to purchase his own furnitures? And in a broad daylight, it's so daring that he can even go and pack furnitures that we can assume is for the Senate, and he's taking them home because it was in his office. How can they even
He's
allow
not alone, Glendy. He's not alone. They're all that voted out.
Yeah, I mean, I know, but you remember I think there was a deputy minister at information who did that and said that those were things he purchased. Why would they even allow them to do that? You served 9 years and you've already used those. Are the last, some of them are even old, and you still can do it boldly to take those things. It's mind-boggling that they will do that, even if they are his. So the people that are coming now, they should bring their own furnitures.
Yeah.
It's just that.
I mean, it's been going on for a while, but Stephen pushed the point. Stanton, go see the quality of furniture that the people making in Liberia. The craftsmanship is just superior. The only thing the boys need tools. I'm telling you, every single cabinet I bought for the entire building come from local Liberian carpenter. I made them on duty. Go see the level of carpentry these boys are doing. They just need to perfect their skills. They need more tools to be able to do that. And what better way to promote that if the legislature promoted that? The quality of desks. Don't take my word for it. Just go to the library and see the quality of desks. It's far superior. The only distinction is maybe here in the West, machines are making them. But if you get those machines to those guys, they're doing great job. You have to. Look, I don't know why we do this to us. It's just mind-boggling that sometimes we don't realize. In order for the money to swing around, look. Let me say this to you guys. Here in America, for every $1 a black man makes, it only go in one person here and leave our community. It leaves the black community. When you put that same $1 in the Jewish community, it go in 10 people here. 10 Jewish men here. If you put it in the white community, it go in about 8 or 9 people here before it leaves the community. In Liberia, as soon as we get paid, the money don't even touch our hand. It goes straight to the foreign traders. What that does is it diminishes the economy. It shrinks it. That means we can't grow the money, not circulating. Let Lenny have a store. Let Membe have a store. The money can circulate. As the money circulate, we become richer. I don't know how we think to understand this. Look, the thing in here, man.
What is more defining than think Liberia, love Liberia, and build Liberia? Vice President-elect Joseph Boakai, not the Senate, not the legislature. He's the proponent of the phrase think Liberia, love Liberia, and build Liberia. What is more thinking of Liberia than putting a local furniture in the office of the president or somewhere in one of the offices? Like we know the president has many offices. That is the practical definition of think Liberia. That is the walking and living definition of think Liberia. To see Liberian furniture in the office of the president. He's the chief marketing officer of the country. To see Liberian furniture in his office, at his house, in the office of the first lady. That's the beginning of the practical definition of think Liberia. So looking forward to that. The Senate can continue to do it. That will be fine. I remember one time I had a conversation with Wema Kamara. That was, prior to this, during the middle of the campaign. And we're having a conversation around growing the economy. We're having a conversation around that. And some of the things we were talking about was this identical thing about furniture. He and myself had that lengthy conversation on the phone on how you can use the purchase of locally produced furniture to expand the economy. So hopefully, Joe Parker has the option to choose if he becomes the finance minister. I will be knocking on his door. Big brother Boema, we spoke about this thing before. You told me that I told you that it was good and you agreed. You even started to reference different scenarios that we could use. And ask me and say, let's put some numbers today and see where it comes out to. So hopefully you become the finance minister. Let's see what you do. Let's see how you can hold government ministries and agencies allotment until they can present to you performance invoices and they can present you contracts between they and local producer for furniture. But it begins with Vice President-elect Boakai. Think Liberia. There's no way you can think Liberia more than when you, the chief marketing officer of the country, is parading with Liberian furniture in your office, in the office of the First Lady.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That Richard, you want to add? First, we'll move on.
Well, I think my colleague said everything that I wanted to say, with the exception that I believe the leadership has the opportunity to introduce some sort of exit plan whereby they do an inventory of the furnitures or who brought what and what's going to be out. This is what most companies do in other parts of the world. So they need to have some kind of systematic plan in recognizing what is for the government of Liberia and what is people's personal furniture, so we won't have scenarios like this.
Richardson, thank you very much, folks. Let's move to the House of the Representative. And today, something strange happened. I want to share this with every one of you guys. Starting next week, just after the election of the Speaker and pro tem, we'll be discussing the way of the new government, who's in, who's out. We'll be discussing those ministries. We have some information, names out there as to the thinking, the mindset of Jose Yima Boakai. When you talk about Minister of State with Presidential Affairs, Minister of Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Finance. We got to start getting into those numbers because it is important. Those names, play around them, and talk about the mindset of Joseph Yimabwaka. It will be a very serious conversation with names. I'm not talking about names that are floating out there, though. No, I'm talking about serious names. When you talk about Minister of Finance, 3 names right now is trending that I know about. One of those 3 names will be the Minister of Finance. When you talk about Minister of State, names that are trending out there, not the one you see on newspaper, no. We're talking about actual name, people that are calling those names, and the decision where the mindset of Joseph Yimabwaka is. We have to let you know because you know why? Yeah, in America, CNN will come out and say, well, we do believe information reaching out. Stephen Johnson will be the next economic advisor to the president. Then you see people going crazy. Everybody will be having a discussion on it. I mean, if that person is Joe Biden, then now the Republican will start coming with their attack. Then now the Congress will start coming. So we need to have this conversation to bring to the mindset of our fellow Liberians. So we'll be doing that after the election for the pro tem and the speaker next week, Monday. Tuesday will be a foreign show. We'll bring professionals. If we talk about the Justice Department, we'll bring lawyers. And when we mention those things, we'll go through the track records. So it will be an interesting time next week for our show. I want to say thank you for joining us. We received information today about the speakership. I woke up this morning. Let me welcome my sister, Fatima Bintu Salif. Thank you for joining us, Fatima. She called me like 8 times just for the link. 8 good times.
He is such a
Just for the link. I have all the missed call. I can show you if you say I'm lying. You just not lying?
You lie.
Okay, I'm lying, right? Guys, hold on 1 minute. Because
Mommy, hello. Long time, Dr. Richardson.
Glendy want me to show you, so I will show it.
Oh no, what up?
I didn't ask you to show anything. Don't ask me.
I guess see
Thank you.
We can see it.
We can see nothing.
There you go. 518, 518, 518, 517, 517, 414.
I see 11 a.m. there. I see 11 a.m.
Down here. Yeah, right there. She called me 8 times. I'm liking it. But let's have this. So we woke up this morning, folks, right?
What's thinking you going in the dark? What happened to your light?
My light go by my body reflection.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. So it's okay. When I move around, it will brighten up. Okay. So this is what happened. We woke up this morning. I sent this to Stephen Johnson. Seriously speaking, this is the first message I received. Bam. Good morning, Honorable. The President-elect wants me to remind you about the meeting today at 4 p.m. at his office in Rehab. Regards, Mo Ali, Office of the President-elect. Very clear. It's true. And I thought it was a joke, right? Ambula, I really thought it was a joke when I received this. Then I began to investigate as to the President-elect want to meet Honorable. Who the Honorable? So then we move to the next one. Good evening, Honorable Cody. The President-elect Joseph Yimabwaka kindly request your presence at a meeting organized with all representatives. Date, Tuesday, January 9, time 4 p.m., venue JNB Rehab Office. Oh, are we there yet? Then I begin to investigate. I begin to place a phone call and I say yes. Joseph Yimabwaka is having a meeting with all representatives. The messages went out. Firestorm started. This is about Richard Kuhn and those that would be supporting Richard Kuhn. Joseph Yimabwaka want to meet with all of them. You represent it up, you represent it down. Joseph Yimabwaka, the president that come in, want to meet with you and tell you exactly his feelings. I call those key players. Man, what I heard was crazy. Then I began to think with myself, I said, are you kidding me? Then I received a message from Fanatic Kofa Kem. This is the first piece of information. Fanatic Kofa heard the information. He went all crazy. He said, no. We got to send our own text message. These are legitimate, actual text messages. And Funati Kofa from his group, they write, "Good morning, colleagues. Credible information reaching me this morning indicates that the so-called meeting by the president-elect is untrue. Ambassador Bwaga didn't call no such meeting. It is this morning that he will be informed that there's a pending meeting with lawmakers this afternoon. Those of you with connection to president-elect can verify this." Now, we're setting something up here, guys. This is the Jeremiah Kuhn message to his group, telling them nobody, everybody, every incoming representative and those representatives that are staying receive text message from President-elect Joseph Yeman Boakai, but Jeremiah Kuhn, how you call him, but Fonati Kofa and Thomas Falah. Those are the only two that didn't receive message. So now when Fonati heard this, he put on his own message. The second message of Fonati Kofa. It's a plot by the vice president-elect to lure lawmakers at the gathering wherein they can continue on the malicious propaganda and misinform you that they will not do project in your respective district. They won't work along with you. In fact, they will strangulate you in your district if you do not support the speaker they want. Let's go to number 3. Few individuals that are no longer within the legislature want to impose figurehead speaker on us. Who's the figurehead speaker? I will let you guys discuss it. Manipulate the national budget for the greed and self-aggrandizement to the detriment of us and people we represent. We cannot and will not allow this to happen. Let's stand for what we believe in. See you all at lunch this afternoon. As we continue on our preparation to make JFK the Speaker of the 55th Legislature. This was the last one, but let's show the middle one. Ambassador Boakai's statement is a statement that wants to succeed in every county and won't be able to achieve that if he doesn't work with you through your respective caucuses. Don't be carried away by the propaganda. Moreover, the leadership of the House of Representatives through the Speaker that we will overwhelmingly elect Fonati Kofa will ensure that all of us are treated equally and with respect and dignity. Guys, this is exactly what took place today. And to this, Nelson, can you play the video of what happened in front of Ambassador Joseph Yeman Boakai House? Was there a meeting here? Yes, it was. 4 o'clock, lawmakers gathered themselves. Those that will be supporting Richard Kuhn, they went to President-elect Joseph Yeman Boakai. They met with him today. We got videos and we got pictures we'll be sharing with you. Let me hear your thoughts. First of all, we will go to our brother Stephen Johnson. Stephen, these messages from both camps is getting serious. We got but Monday to go for those elections.
I think these are interesting times in our politics. For those of you who are not students of political science, this is a good case study that could broaden your horizon about politics. This is Politics 101. The president-elect's interest in ensuring that he wins the speaker position. The reason being is that he believes that most of his agenda to the legislature will go through the House of Representatives, and the speaker of the day will determine as to what specific agenda item is brought on the floor. And so this is why in every representative democracy, the president tend to have interest as to who becomes the speaker, and or when there is a majority of the opposition in the House, they tend to control who becomes the speaker. The reason being also is that they want to control the agenda. But there are a few interesting things to unravel here, especially from the text from Fonati's camp. I think it was the second or third slide in which they accuse the government, the incoming government, that they want the speaker position in order for them to be able to manipulate the budget and something. So it raises a red flag there. Is Fonati telling us that in the last legislature, the 54th legislature, in which George Weah had both the speaker and the deputy speaker position, is he openly confessing that George Weah used them to manipulate the budget and to do all kinds of engaging all kind of chicanery and skullduggery? So is that what he's telling us? Is that what he's telling us? If that's the case, then I'm shocked that Fonati's group will make such accusation against the new speaker. Is in clever. It's a clever attempt also to indict himself that this has been the business as usual. But I don't see it that way. I see it from a more diverse, of a different angle, that Ambassador Bwaka is right for inviting those lawmakers at his house to speak to them about their support and to ensure that he wins the speaker position. I think from what I've heard, Stanton, initially I thought Kun was a little off in terms of not winning. As the days unfold, we're beginning to see and hear prospect. I think from what I've heard from internal sources, Kun is trending. He has over, I think, 35 commitments so far. That is a huge number there for the speakership. I think it's going to be an interesting week. By this weekend, leading to Monday, we hope to start to see new developments in terms of the speaker position. But I believe that if the Unity Party wants to ensure that its arrest agenda is fully implemented and supported, it has to fight for the speaker position. So I'm happy that Ambassador Bwaka is not just speaking beyond the scene now. Most of the time we're hearing news that he was engaged. I'm happy that he's now gone public to state his interests. This is good for our politics. This it helps the democratic process of our country. And
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question very quick. Do you think any one of those representatives, incoming or those people that will be staying, they can look in Joseph Yima Bargan face and say no and support for that?
I doubt they would. I think people look at the long-term political repercussions, and this is politics. People in politics, it's a trade-off. Politics is a trade-off between getting what you believe or what is right and what you want to see happen, and making a trade-off. And legislative politics is all about lobbying and reaching consensus, moving across the aisle, talking to people on the other side of the divide so that your agenda can go forth. There's nothing illegal about this. I think Ambassador Bwaka is exercising his right as a Liberian, and more precise as the president-elect, to reach out to the colleagues and tell them that, look, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I have interest in who becomes speaker, and my candidate for this election is this person. I need your support, and let's together work so that we can push our agenda on the floor of the legislature. I think that's good politics.
Thank you very much. Nelson, can you play the video before we move to the next panelist, please? Nelson, bring the video up from Ambassador Bwaka home, please.
They were endorsing the speaker bid of the deputy speaker for
those 41 lawmakers who earlier on pledged their support to the deputy speaker who now wants to be the speaker proper. Some of them, they are in here, right? So many those 40 about the meeting. I mean, what was said, and how do you see the meeting?
The meeting was called by the president-elect of this republic, and he clearly told us that we need our support for the speakership. We all need to come together to support him, and that was all about the meeting.
At any point in time where you signed on to a resolution that you support?
It was not a resolution; it was a meeting call. Okay. In fact, it was
the deputy speaker.
It was a meeting. It was a meeting call, and I think that was an earlier mistake made from the other state to even do that publication.
So does it mean that you were affirming your support?
No, let me just tell you something. Let me just tell you something.
Yeah.
The issue of legislative politics, when it comes about especially electing speaker, there are different choices people make.
Okay.
You attend various meetings to listen to each person that has the political ambition to know which one of the person is suitable for that particular position.
Okay.
And that's what we were doing.
So earlier on, who were you thinking about, to have given your support?
So the person I'm thinking about, you are seeing me today.
Okay.
The person I'm thinking about, I don't think that is a question that need to be asked.
I said earlier on, because you were saying...
I have said, you attended every meeting to know who is who, and that's what we did.
Okay.
So until now, I think we have finally decided who is the best person.
Who is the best person now?
Richard Kun is the best person.
Your name is? a meeting here at the president-elect residence. Tell us more about the meeting, sir.
Well, the meeting was very well composed, and at what we have it, the speakership for us is today number in that very, very much encouraging. Everything that was said there was very good.
So about how many persons, in the meeting?
We had about 39.
39 persons.
Yeah, 39 persons.
But are you referring to lawmakers or just
lawmakers,
okay. 39 lawmakers?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Well, the last time we checked, there were this resolution surfacing on social media. 41 of your colleagues faced their senator to a resolution to pledge support to the speakership of Deputy Speaker Fonati Kofa. Were you one of those? Do you think that you can overturn this number by Monday during the election?
Definitely, I was one of those that my senator was for. And
did you say the project senator?
Yes, on spoon, and I verified that.
Okay.
Trust me.
So to those who have fraud your signature, what's your stance? Because this is something that is very great to have your signature affixed to resolution.
Automatically, those people who did that, they are very much discomposed because you don't do that. Matter of fact, it's not my senator. I verified it, and the verification was made. So I did that clarity on air that I was not supporting Fonati Kofa. I said it clearly. That's what I did.
At one point in time, that Fonati reached out to you or from his camp, asking for your support.
He did that. He did call me for the first time, and when I clustered my idea from the logic college, I decided to come to the Unity Party because I'm an independent candidate.
What made you choose Ko over Fonati?
It's a veteran, man. Come on.
So sir, you said about 39 lawmakers attended this meeting. All the 39 lawmakers supported give their support to Richard Kun?
Definitely.
Okay.
They are friendly. They are their support in there that they will
definitely
vote for.
They play the support.
But 39 could be a very small number. Do you think that you could cross to get the vote from the other side?
Matter of fact, if you look at the number, actually in the committee, okay, if you look at the number right now, we almost close to 50. So it was not everybody that turned up today.
Okay.
What did you get the report that there was this text messages, alleged text messages?
Wow, guys, and if you were sleeping today, that's power. 39. You have but how many lawmakers? And he's saying that 39, actually they got a 50-51. I want to pause out a little bit. Nelson, do not take it down. Let me hear from our guys here on set. Is Richard Kun running with this thing, or is this just another bluff? But the commitment to Joseph Yimabwaka, how powerful is that commitment? Dr. Richardson, we'll start with you. We'll go to Glennie, Mr. Dualu, Mame, and Fatima.
I wanted to know the nature of the meeting today that was held at the president's home. It is obvious that he supports Kun, and I think, as Stephen said, he's making his support public. But I want the president-elect to go one step forward by telling us why. Because I'm interested in knowing what criteria is he looking at in terms of the qualification for speakership. No longer in we can no longer in Liberia just say just because the president likes somebody, he wants somebody, so that person should be the person that should be the speaker. We saw that in the past. We saw CDC had the speakership and the president was speakership. So you're right, Stephen, when you said that it seems like Fonati Kofa was talking about himself manipulating the budget so that it can pass, or not discussing the budget in full, or not speaking about the ills in the budget so that it can pass. We don't want that kind of speakership anymore. We don't want a so-say all type of speakership. So I'm looking for a speaker that would be able to stand up to the president, because many things going to flow down. I'm happy that the president is playing politics, like you said, politics 101. He has to lobby. That's all well and good, but what is he lobbying for? Is he lobbying just for a need, or just for a party, or is he lobbying because this person is going to work in the best interest of Liberia? And everybody knows I'm not in favor of Fanati Kofa. Everybody knows that. And Fanati Kofa also said he doesn't want a figurehead for a speaker. He made that very clear. I don't know if he was referring to Kuhn as the figurehead of a speaker, but that is if he has that kind of concern, that is a concern to me. And again, this whole confusion about the meeting and what have you is actually really interesting. So that's what I have to say.
Okay. Glenny?
So we're looking at maths here. If there's 73 minus 39, that's 34 left. Is that correct? I can almost say that's Kuhn is running with this. And I hope
I'm
that
sorry, right now they are 72 because we lost the gentleman from Grand Chile.
So
Last
that
so
means
that'll be 33.
he only has 33, and of course 39 is way over 33. So clearly I can say that he has the upper hand, and I'm excited that he does, because I'm not in favor of Fonati Kofa. But I want to go to the point that Stevie made. I think this is brilliant politics. The fact that Joseph Yuma decided to pull them aside. And like Dr. Richardson said, yes, we need someone to say why he prefers one candidate to the other, so that we know why it is that he may not be able to say it, but UP can come up and say, this is why we support this candidate. It's good that they do that, but I like the politics that's going on a little bit disjointed, that after each tax, Fonati scam is going to send their tax, and that's dirty politics, which may not be beneficial to Liberia, because in the end, there was a meeting that was held. So I like that this is going on, because it's saying that Joseph Boakai is concerned about who's going to work with him. If you want to be able to carry on projects, to have collaboration, you have to have interest in the people that's going to work in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, to know that they will carry on your goals and objectives. So this is great politics for Liberia, and this is a new day that we're seeing openly. That he can say, I want to talk to you, or I want you guys to hear from me, so that your decision is solid. And who's going to say, no, I don't want to be a part of the discussion? Because then you don't want to be the one that said, no, I'm not, I didn't come to the meeting, or I'm not in favor. Yes, people have a right to vote for Funati, but I hope that I'm very excited with this new trend, and I hope that he does not win.
Okay.
And you hope that Funati does not win, correct?
Yes, I hope that Funati does not win.
All right, thank you. Duadu?
Yeah, this question is rhetorical, so Stanton, don't answer it. Why the lawmaker that just elected walk around yesterday and not hit the lottery with their chest all open? I'm saying my answer you. Let me see.
Wait, Coachy Choker.
Stanton, let me say this. Stanton Weatherspoon is representative of Barclayville out of San Luis County. Stanton is a brand new
representative of Lexington.
Okay, Lexington, okay, out of San Luis County. He's brand spanking new. He's coming to the legislature. Ensu Opadwal is the president-elect of the Republic of Liberia. I'll call you Stanton.
Well, why you made a president-elect?
I know, right?
No, that's not fair, man. What kind of medicine? Why you made a president-elect? You made me representative.
Let me talk about who.
I met Dwalu, you're not president. I agree.
Let me talk about who.
I'll be on the set here if you calling yourself president.
Let me talk about who. And I sent message, Stanton. You promised the people in Lexington you will build a bridge over a so-called river. I want to talk to you. You will sit down there, you're not going to talk to me?
You have to come. Yeah.
Thank you. So let me tell you, this is legislative politics. We have to understand. Honorable Boakai have to push, because the speakership is not somewhere we're going to put some kind of DD by be blocking everything here. We got to go on a high-speed rail line, because we're so far behind. We ain't got time to waste. Nobody going to be stalling anything here. Fanati Kopa, for me, I've said this a million times, and I'm going to give it over to my brother Meme or my sister Fatima. He's a felon. He's a convicted felon. We don't want that image. I'll give it to you guys, man.
Mame?
Look, me, at the point it is now, looking at the track record of Fonati and looking at the track record of Richard Kuhn, there's no major distinction between the both of them. They have similar checkered history. They have similar controversial history. They've come in conflict with the law regarding financial dealings, regarding corruption, with both of them. Fonati was deputy speaker for the last 6 years. In that case, what it means is he's presiding over the Senate, so he doesn't have a voice most of the time, even though he decides the agenda. Richard Kuhn was representative most of the time, and more than that, an opposition representative. Most of the time, these opposition representatives are flow fighters. They are on the floor, they don't decide the agenda, but they use their intellect, their experience over the time to make the case and push an agenda. I am yet to see the agenda that Richard Kuhn pushed in the last 6 years. I'm yet to see that. So on the issue of historical character issues, I put both of them aside. I'm not discussing that because both of them have similar issues. So I don't want to use it as a benchmark. If it was another candidate, I would put a candidate above Fonati on the basis of character. But I cannot put Richard Kuhn above Fonati on the basis of character. So I put the both of them back. The only difference, and even if I would put somebody above the other, I will put Fonati above Richard. The reason why I would do so is because Fonati has committed himself. He has admitted to his action. He has paid his price. He has gone through the criminal justice process. He has gone through the correction process, and he was reintegrated into society. I will give him credit as a man who said, yes, I'm wrong, and I'm ready to bear the consequence of my action, as opposed to a man who cannot say I am wrong, but continue to put up his chest as this man who can beat the entire system and nobody can hold him. If it is anything to say, okay, let's give somebody 1 inch of credit, I will give it to the man who said, yes, I'm wrong, and I'm willing to pay the consequence of my action. And after paying the consequence of my action, I'm ready to live a new life. I will take Fonati 1 inch over him. But because that's not the issue, I put the both of them aside on that. What has been Richard Kuhn's legislative advocacy record? When we're talking about budget performance report, what was his position? When we were calling for accountability in the legislature, what was his position? So yes, we support the rescue train. We support the rescue mission. We support Vice President Barker's agenda. In this point, it is politically correct to support Richard Kuhn. But what we can say to him is, go and sin no more on this one. We're not supporting you because you just so good person. It's just politically correct to do so. But your past record in the legislature doesn't give us good reason to stand up defending and pushing for you. It doesn't give us any good reason to do so. For the last 6 years, point to one thing Richard Kuhn did in his legislature. What legislation he put on the floor in the interest of our people? How did he stand up against we are? We saw people who could not even speak and write well. People who did not understand financial issues like Richard Kuhn, who did not understand the budget, struggling over pronunciation in their fight against we are. Richard Kuhn, with all the expertise, could not speak out. It's wrong. But yes, today, if you put me in the legislature between Richard Kuhn and Fonati, I will support Richard Kuhn because I support the rescue agenda. But I will call him on the side and warn him and tell him, don't do this to your people. When you are given the opportunity to serve well, when you are given the opportunity to be a janitor, serve well as a janitor, so that record of service as a janitor can be the basis of your promotion to a director. Richard Kuhn did not serve well as a janitor. he dropped the ball. But yes, support the rescue team. We support him. Vice President Bouaka has edge. He has the leverage. He called the people today. He spoke to them. Hopefully, they see the reason to do so. But one thing I did not see coming out of that meeting, I was hoping to see people who being going for that he had a choir band, they move from one place to another. I was hoping to see one of them in that meeting today. That would have given me hope. One of them or two of them in that meeting from behind Fonati, in that meeting today, they would have pinpointed them and said, this man was behind Fonati yesterday, but he here today. That would have given me hope. Until I can see that, I'm still skeptical, but hopeful that they will listen to the elder of the land and they will follow Richard Kuhn. And that Richard Kuhn will know that he's not getting this Senate seat on the basis of a legislative record. Therefore, when he takes the position, he should take that opportunity to serve his people and serve them better than he did when he was representative.
Mame, listen, man, a lot of folks appreciating your comment tonight. You have said it well. To be frank, I think your father was above 45 when he had you. So he gave you some of that old wisdom. The way you can talk, the way you can put your finger, but a lot of people appreciating that comment. That's the issue folks have. But now you know why? Only because of JMB. Only because of JMB, some people got to say, if it wasn't for JMB, I wasn't going to take Richard Kuhn. And that's the argument they are making. So let's hear from Fatima. You are right, Mommy, man. I want to say something, but I'll wait to hear from Fatima, then we'll conclude on this.
Good evening to all of the panelists. My take on this is I believe that 12 of the campaign, I heard people saying Joseph Boakai is sleeping, he's old, he's dead. But this is a decision of a wise man. While he awaits to be sworn in, he calls a meeting for all of those that he wants to assist his agenda, the agenda of arrest, to ensure that he is able to meet the demands of the Liberian people, call them together, and ask them to vote his choice. I do agree to some degree with my brother Mame. You know, Richard Kuhn might not have been the best, but this shows that Joseph Numa Boakai, his issue of accountability, he's gonna hold people's feet to the fire. When he asks you to do a task, he will ensure that this task is done. And if he's asking us to come together, ask the members of the legislature to vote for Richard Kuhn, it's because he believed that Richard Kuhn will assist with the Liberian people agenda. I truly believe that Richard Kuhn at this point understands himself that the agenda that the president, people have said that he have not led with distinction, but because the president sees fit that he will support the agenda that he's pushing forward for the Liberian people, and he knows that he will be held accountable, I think we all should support this, encourage our lawmakers to come together along with the president and show that Richard Kuhn is elected. So I truly believe that the president's choice will pass. I think Richard Kuhn will be elected, and that the Senate will change this time. So I just truly am on the side of GMB.
So thank you very much. We got a video from Fonati Camp. This video been circulating. The camp of Richard Kuhn say, well, we came to JMB, 39 of us, we have committed. If it is true they are 39 that they have committed, it means that some group, excuse me, are leaving the camp of Fonati Kofa. So let's play this video and let's see, because Mame, I hope he's listening or he watching. He was asking, he wanted to see who all were cross carpeting. Let's play this video. Steven, say Mame is up because I wanted to ask Mame. Steven, what are you saying though? You think people playing games here?
But Stanton, you listen to the representative who was interviewed first when he said, well, two key things came out of those two interviews. The first one, you heard the representative say that they are visiting all meetings, and if you saw him in one of those camps, he was clearly visiting. And the second issue from the second representative is the issue of that his signature was forged. This is legislative politics, and we've seen this play out many times in Liberia, where one candidate thinks that they're about to win, and then at the end of the day, the election, is on the other end. And this tension will continue up until voting day. With no certainty, anybody can beat the chest unless you're running on a white ballot to say that you're the next speaker or pro tem, because up until the last minute, people can be making decisions. That is what we know, and this is what we know. And let me just, to Mame's point, and I do agree with him to a larger extent in terms of what has been Kuhn's role. What's his name? What's his first name?
Richard Kuhn.
Richard Kuhn's role. In terms of being that aggressive, in terms of being very involved, fighting, taking opposition struggles over the last 6 years. We didn't see much of him. Hopefully, this can be a turning point. And in my mind, given the fact that, despite the fact that he comes from the Unity Party and is vying for the speaker position, I do not want to see a yes man speaker. You can still be from the ruling party and have integrity and stand your ground on some issues, especially so if it does not augur well for your community, for the constituents you represent. We've seen that here in the US. We've seen senators, representatives hold their own government to the fire. We've seen cases where senators vote against their own government, and other places. So while it is true that we want him to be from the UP, I don't think we want a yes man. We want somebody who will stand up for the Liberian people as well as support the presidency. And on the issue of, I don't know whether Kuhn has been indicted by any court, so to judge him on the basis of the past with Fonati, I would think that it would be stretching the truth to a larger extent. I would like to see any indictment from a court, or whether he was accused and went to court and found guilty, for us to make that kind of comparison, in terms of comparing him and Fonati. Fonati is on record. We know that, and Fonati also, we know a lot of other things. But I mean, for the fact that we're looking at them based on the history, it's important for us to also look at it from a more deeper look, and look at the facts, rather than just looking at it. But I think, I agree that he's not been a very engaging senator representative. He's not been vocal. He's never stood for any major thing, as far as I know. And so I hope this can be a turning point for him. So in case he wins, this should be a turning point, that the interest of the Liberian people should be our ultimate interest. We should at all times fight for our people, no matter who's in the executive mansion. I don't want to see a yes man speaker. I want to see a speaker who fights for the Liberian people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, guys, it's raining. It's just time to finish this show up and get the heck out of here. And those that can party, go party. Those that can watch Netflix, watch Netflix. Those that want to drink the tea or the coffee, they drink the tea or the coffee, and we call it a night. But it was a beautiful program. Are we missing any other news out there with the last 16 minutes that we can discuss? I do believe we'll go more on this Fonati Kofa and Richard Kuhn's story for speakership. We can lay to rest the pro tem because we know what's up. But again, there's a lot of questions coming up with the status of Fonati Kofa. Yes, indeed, he served some jail time, but if he have redeemed himself and the people see fit that he be the speaker, and it is within the line of our constitution, there is nothing bearing that can stop Fonati from becoming a speaker. I don't see why not. The position of the president-elect, Jose Yima Bouaka, to call those lawmakers were very unique. But can we also talk about the deputy speakership position? Is it a plus or minus? Still, why you laughing? Is it a plus or minus for how you call it, most ability to join Richard Kuhn, or that would be a problem within the camp of Richard Kuhn? Is who would be the fanatical for deputy speaker? Is it Mama Bridge Mensa? Is fanatical for looking at somebody else? I mean, we can speak more to that tomorrow also to see who they desire to be deputy speaker and whether it's fitting for the people of Liberia. I believe I spoke to someone that very, very close to this thing. They say it will be a close call. Seriously, it would be a close call. Right now, nobody get any hope. Money is playing. The voice of the president-elect have risen. So it's right there now, Stevie. It's right there, Eduardo. Jose Imabraga coming from the side. If they go with Funati Kofa, it means Jose Imabraga receive his first defeat. And who want to be the one to give Jose Imabraga his first defeat, even before becoming taking over as president? Who out there? Which one the lawmaker that if Jose Imabraga went to Mr. Eduardo County Grand Bassa and he need Duadu as a representative in that district, he won't put Duadu hand up, and Duadu should put his hand up for good roads and project everything. Would Duadu look at the president-elect Jose Imabraga and say no to him? Which one of the
Is that a question you wanted to ask me?
I want to ask if you can play the video too. I know you want to. I know you want to comment on this, but which one of the lawmakers out there, the representative out there, willing to give Jose Imabraga his first political defeat, which is the speaker's
I don't think it's a defeat though. If it were to go the other way, I won't.
No, if you do it, yeah, that would be a defeat. Though. If Funati wins this thing, it means Jose Imabraga didn't fight a good fight. It means Jose Imabraga, the people didn't listen to him, and I think that would be a major blow. As I don't know, that's my own saying, but you can have your own. Mame, what do you think?
Political blow, defeat. I think Fonati is putting up a strong fight with the intervention of the president-elect today, except that I did not see strange faces behind Honorable Kuhn. But I know most of the discussion that will lead to the voting will not be in a mass meeting. It will be in a one-to-one meeting. So the mass meeting that you saw today is just intended for visibility. But the decision-making meeting will be one-to-one meeting. And the point Dwalu keep hammering here is the point that is the deciding point. Look, brother, you want to get re-elected. Yes, the development agenda of the country will be driven by need.
All the secret can come out. I mean, if you mess with the wrong side chick, then it will get you in trouble. You be like me. You don't do nothing different, man. But let's move ahead.
Dwalu on blast now.
Yeah, Dwalu, you been hiding again. Now she out. She said, good night, Dwalu, my love. So take it.
Okay. Anyway, so as I was saying, the point Dwalu is hammering here will be the deciding factor. Somebody want to get re-elected. Yes, the development agenda of the country will not be driven by who voted for who or who did not vote for who. It will be driven by need, but not 100%. All around the world, politics beyond just what is written in the budget on the books. There are almost all the villages in Liberia need school. The factor that take it from one village to your village is the factor that will determine, how you get back and who you vote for. So, though lawmakers, the president-elect called today, like I said, that meeting was just for visibility. One-on-one direct negotiation now is going on. He's making commitment. I know Vice President Baka, and the advantage he brings to this is he's not a reckless leader. He's not one person who somebody know to be running all around and just making promises all around the places. That's why he kept it quiet. And everybody was concerned, why the president not speaking? Why the president not engaged? Oh, when George Weah got ready, he called everybody, he told them what he wanted. But the old man remained quiet. Waited 3-4 days, and he threw out the last blow. So, I mean, Fonati got a whole lot of work to do between now and tomorrow and Monday morning to get that seat. I really, really think he got a lot of work to do with the promises the president is making and with the trust they have in him. Besides the trust, the factor of elder in our country politics, old people tend to listen to them. He probably just take the
Like,
phone and
can we
call.
get a breaking news because we got 10 more minutes of Mame, real quick. And I will say it like this, and please forgive me if I speak in too much. Sometimes when we're saying this thing, Steven can text me and say, "Oh man, slow down," because he know we honor the palabra hot together. But real quick though, I can say to you, Falati Kofa received. I can break the news to you that he spoke to JMB. He spoke to JMB. I think it was on Sunday. But he refused while I was in the call.
He on your own.
He refused while we're in the call. You know, we getting closer to Monday. We got to say all this thing and let the people start. Huh?
What do I in the call?
They say we're gonna put all the people that are wearing glasses down.
Yeah, I know that's all right.
And Jessica said, good night, my love, Dwalu.
Good night, Jessica Johnson. Don't mind
But
that.
Fulati, you know, listen, stand down. Stand down. And Fulati said no.
Mm-hmm.
He in this fight to the end. So when I started Liberian people, Jose Yima Boga met Funati Kofa on Sunday. And I asked Funati Kofa to stand down. And Funati Kofa said no. Looking at the post of Funati Kofa, and if he can look the incoming president, looking in the face and say, no, I cannot stand down. That's what I'm saying this. Who willing now to put the neck on the chopping board to tell Jose Yima Boga, I'm going to support Funati Kofa and I'm going to give you your first political defeat. Yeah, in Congress, you know that very well, Stephen Johnson, that would be a political defeat to Joe Biden. So I believe, and I will say this seriously, that Jose Yima Boaka, like Mama said, he got to start having that individual phone calls now, that one-on-one meetings now, because it's not about the group meeting again. That people can look in his face and commit to him privately, one-on-one, if you want this thing to happen. Because Funati Kofa having money out there. Those companies are doing this for Funati Kofa. So who wins or who on the other side, it will be the question. But I would say to you, he was called. They spoke, and he said no to the incoming president, Jose Yima Boaka. So who on the side now will Fulati Kofa speak up? Everybody will have their own 10 seconds because we got to go. We got several minutes. That's what Rich is saying. Your quick 10 seconds on this. He met JMB and he said, no, I'm not going to stand down. I'm in this to the end.
You know, my thoughts about this is both Fanati and Kuhn are not qualified to be in, speakers. I wish that we could find like someone smart, bright, a different person. So Fanati, I don't understand why he feels like he can say no to the woman either, because he's been there. He's been on the list of people who write contracts for the government and have been suggesting how much money ArcelorMittal or what the contract should look like. So he's been kind of, not being the best interest of Liberian people. And furthermore, Mami said, what has Kuhn done for Liberia? What has he said? He's been on the floor. So I'm struggling with those two individuals. So that's what I have to say. So I don't think, any one of them have the qualification and audacity to even say no. They should just not even be part of the process.
All right, thank you very much, Glenny. He met JMB. He said no to the offer given him.
Well, good luck for him. That's all I can say. Good luck for him.
Do you think he got something that he's not showing up yet? Because there must be something he's riding hard on if he can say no to the incoming president, that he must be speak up.
I don't think he has. I mean, if he does, fine, but I don't think he has anything. And I will also think that he will want to be on the right side of JMB. So if something was if an alternative was offered to him, and he said no, maybe he thinks he has the numbers, but I don't think that he does. So I wish him well.
Well, again, I'm saying that as the story goes, they could have considered Fonati Kofa remaining as deputy speaker. But again, on all, Fonati Kofa is saying, no, we got to give this to our audience. Mr. Dualu, the conversation went on. Fonati Kofa walked out and he said, no, he want to be speaker, not deputy.
The first thing I want to salute my brother Armstrong Jabba. Love seeing you on, brother. Love what you do. But let me say the Fonati that's just going to say, listen, maybe he knows what he's depending on. Maybe he's gotten some hard commitments, and those commitments guarantee him that they are going to vote. But one thing I do know about those votes is it's going to be behind closed door. I can tell you I vote for you, and I didn't vote for you. You know, we've been speaking about this thing for a very long time. Vote on the record. I don't know why people go to the legislature don't be hiding their vote. So it's a secret vote. Now, if I think he has the number, I think he should run if he believes it. I don't have any doubt. I don't think he's refusing the president-elect. I think he's taking his position, and that's fairly legitimate. I have no qualms about it. Yeah.
Fatima?
Well, I think he can take his position, but I like the idea that the president is reaching across the aisle to ensure that, you know, he reaches to all of the senators and makes sure that his choice is elected. I believe that the president's choice will win this one. So whether he went to the president and said, no, that's his constitutional right, he has the right to do so. I mean, as an individual, he has the right to do what he wants to do, but regardless, the president's agenda will succeed. So that's how I feel.
Ambula, you spoke, right? Ambula, you spoke today.
I'm still not sure about the president's position succeeding. I'm hopeful it can. Like I said, we support the rescue mission. We hope that can happen. The fact that I did not see headline individuals to say, oh, okay, people coming from the meeting today. This man was with Fonati yesterday. Yeah, is he today? This lady was with Fonati yesterday. Yeah, is her today. Once I did not see that, I'm still hoping that the one-on-one call can change the tire on Monday.
I think they played a video you were away. There was
no. I can say to you, Mame, that I know people that actually that were Fonati that went to that meeting. Number one. Number two, I can also say to you, you know, the thing about making talk, oh, I don't want to do it because I promised somebody I won't do it. But the conversation was very strong this morning that Fonati losing because since Joseph Imabwaka started calling them, not only the mass gathering, but he started engaging them. I understand through Jeremiah Kuhn, he been very, very forceful. Jeremiah Kuhn, Clarence Masakwe, who just lost his seat in Lofa. And you got, and I know what the guys they're at. I can tell you they are engaged. I can tell you, listen, don't let me to go into it. I'm concerned. The last thing I took from that is say, listen, this thing will be very, very, very tight. It is tight. It will be very slim, but the possibility that Joseph Yiman Barker will get what he asking for is there. And Fonati Kofa should have accepted the offer. But since he didn't, the battle continues. Stephen, take us home on this. The issue here is that the call for Fonati Kofa be deputy speaker. He said, no, I must be speaker, Stephen.
I like the fact that Joseph Boakai, that the president-elect is reaching across the aisle to build consensus. That's the essence of politics. And when you have a leader who values the opinion of the opposition, I think it makes our democracy way better. We'd like to see more of these kinds of engagement where the president reaches across the aisle and rally the support of like-minded in the best interest of our country. But I think also Fonati is exercising his right. He has the constitutional right to say no or say yes. And it's good for our politics. Competition breeds innovation. At times, when people compete for something, people who win, they try now to prove the other wrong. They do their best. It's good. But I believe that in my mind, and unless I'm proved wrong, that Fonati's desire to be speaker is not because he wants to fight for the Liberian people or support the agenda of the Unity Party. His desire is to hoodwink the process, use the speaker position as a bargaining chip to retain most of his legal contracts, and so that by the time you decide to go after him, he's speaker. He can fight you on the floor. That's the real intent. I don't think he wants to be speaker simply because he has an agenda that will be, foundation on delivering to our people the goods and services so desired. I think it's more about having a political tool that you can easily negotiate. And let me just close on this one. This is off topic. Stenta, I hope that the Ministry of Education in the next government can have a criteria, a qualifying criteria for designs of schools. I see a lot of pictures go around. People build school like caves with Colombo Hole in 21st century. There should be a qualifying criteria. Look, we should say we build. If you can build smart school, don't waste your time to build school. The school must have a decent laboratory, a decent library. The blackboard must be the electronic laboratory. Children must have computer labs. If you can build it, whether in the interior or anywhere, you shouldn't get a license to build school. I look around, I see in this 21st century, people building school like they're building cages for animals. With Colombo Hole, you get children. If you can't build school, go pack it back. If you want to build school, if you can't meet the standard, don't build school. Thank you.
So thank you guys. A beautiful show. I'm done. There's nothing else to talk about. We will be back again tomorrow. It will be very interesting, folks. It's 7 o'clock. The reason why we have to leave early, because the next segment of the late night on Spoon with Nelson Kolai, we should give him his 2 hours. We always go into his time. If you want to continue on the show, Nursing is open. He had a big program yesterday about Queen Johnson. He will be having another big one today, speaking to the fire chief concerning what is happening, what just happened at finance ministry, and now transport. It started with NTA and all this fire thing that going around all the government building. Now, what's going on? Who burning those papers? What are they hiding? So you got to understand that the Nelson Kolai is like a good late night politics with Nelson Kolai on Spoon. I mean, a very, very interesting show. The young men and women, they are doing their stuff and they are enjoying the time. You can join them. You can share the show. So therefore, we must respect our 3:30 to 7 p.m. here in America. And that will be 8:30 to what? What's the time? 8:30 to when? Y'all help me.
Yeah, so we don't say I'm going to warm my wet food.
So
But
12
Stephen,
o'clock.
what Stephen just said,
And
that's saying
yeah.
us to go for a lot of things, including clinics and churches, etc.
Yeah, you can bring that up tomorrow. But
Yeah.
let me finish with this thing
So
today.
we gotta meet with them,
Something strange happened. Steven Johnson and Eduardo get the same shirt, style of shirt on the same designer. So one is just like.
But you have Fatima too, got on similar clothes. And me and Dr. Rachel see we got on green, so that only mommy
no,
answer.
we do not. We do not have the same color. No, look at the shoulder.
Stand up, stand up so she can see.
You can see the brown. You can see the brown. The same type of brown.
One man, are you alone?
Wait, let play your album go.
I can see the brown. I can see the brown.
Let play your album go, man.
I can see the brown. I see that brown looking like.
And you start saying the thing. You can see the brown.
Fatima, I see the blue. I see the blue. Fatima, put your hand up.
Maybe you wear your glasses.
That black and brown.
Put your hand up.
Oh,
yeah, he right.
That's black. That's black.
I'm wearing black and brown.
That is sitting.
I see brown there, man.
What you trying to say, man? Leo, man. And my sister, though.
Yeah, geez. Yeah, geez.
Guys, we want to say thank you. I mean, I'm done with my closing. I appreciate the producer today. This is Spoon Talk. We'll be back again tomorrow. Wonderful show. Listen, guys, we will make it better. We got 2 reporters from the JMB President-elect place. We got someone assigned to Jeremiah Kuhn. All these different things you see, we are improving and trying our best. We want to be grateful that Mana Titi will be back in the country tomorrow. We wish Mana Titi well. She took a long vacation, man. She was very stressful for a long time. But CEO Mana Titi kind of will be back in Liberia tomorrow, and we are grateful. To all of you joining us, you're asking for Fagon. Fagon, he bereaved. One of his best friends passed away, and he went there. He called me. I think he's currently there, so he couldn't join the show today. And we wish him well. We wish your family well as also. I want to also send a birthday treat right now before we close to Godfrey Delaney is from your mother, your father, your siblings, and everybody. The 14th will be your birthday, and we want to say happy birthday to you, Godfrey Delaney. I know we announce it better when we get those picture. Guys, if you got nothing else to say from my end, today's Tuesday. I got to go to Bible study. I'm done.
Well, I just want to say goodbye to Serena Teasley. I'm putting you down, Fanga. You reminded me to go warm my wife food. Can't join us to eat. It was a great show. You love me, says Glenny. Oh,
Also,
that's
can
not
I
a
just say
break.
bye-bye to my attorney, Jada Macy Osabo? And Conor Gray, hello. My attorney, Jada Macy Osabo, and my brother Wayne.
I'm done,
Love you
guys.
guys.
Have a good night.
Conor Gray, hello, bye-bye. Love you. Bye-bye, Duadu. Bye-bye, Opa. Eshe.
Thank you.
Thank you for Laura.
Thank you, man. Everybody, man.
Now.
Hey, Nelson.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now
Thank
see you
so
this
much.
weekend.
Oh yeah, can't wait.
Thank you. See you this weekend. Love you.
Yeah, love you. Take care.
My attorney,
And,
Jada Mason Sabu, love you too. Bye-bye. See ya.
Oh,
Now this weekend, baby.
Okay.
I hope you're ready for me, oh.
Oh yeah.
Bye.
but Conor Gray.
Ah.
Conor Gray, your clock stopped working or you are muted. You are muted.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I didn't come on. My system was acting out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you ready for the midnight show?
Yeah, we're getting ready for the midnight show. We're coming on shortly. We should be having a guest on.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I listened partly to the show, but all busy these days. So, well, we'll come on. We'll find time to come on. And I'm looking at my international travel. Um, I got to make that sacrifice now that my ticket will go in vain.
Okay. Okay. So that the people can say, but they can you're not forced, but you compare now.
My brother. I've forfeited tickets before. I don't care, man. Yeah, man. That bro is there. We can always go there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Certainly.
Yeah, we can always come there when the right time. But it's not in my radar right now. It's not my priority right now. But I would say I got a ticket. I bought it about a month ago.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And
So you intend on coming for the inauguration?
yeah, I want to come. I mean, it's a historical inauguration. Well, I got to be there. Something got
Coming
to
with a
bring.
green, you coming with a green purple suit?
Nah, I don't know. Also, the national color I heard is the inauguration color is green. I don't know if I get a green suit.
But you can always get one.
There, they'll sell some good purple suits there, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Normally, I go down to that Macklin Street area there. They get some good
There are
tailor.
very good fashion designers here that can do some real good one for you. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, maybe 1 or 2 days will pop in and pop out.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But we hope that the town will be okay. Um, when we get there, we have to clean that town somehow. Not necessarily the trash, but a lot of things not going right in terms of security. You can barricade Broad Street, for instance. You can hold Ashmont Street. Nobody can go there. Those are all things that can be taken care of in less than a week. We can clear that whole street. Anybody who comes there, you gotta have a reason to be there. But I think our administration are too sluggish with security. We cannot have dignitaries coming in and scared that people will hijack them. You got to clear the street. That's why police, that's their function. But anyway, we'll be there anyway. We'll come there and see.
Okay.
see the inauguration. Mr. Weir's inauguration, I did not go there. That's one of the inauguration in many years that I didn't attend. Um, but anyway, I'd like to see the transition, from Weir to Ambassador Boakai.
Yeah.
We'll have to see it. But Nelson, I'm gonna hold you, man. It's not your fault I came on late, my brother. We'll be around there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly. Certainly. And looking forward to seeing you gonna great have a safe travel to Liberia to watch the inauguration.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm still finding way to, because it's transition also for me on this side. So it's one sacrifice to the other. But I will always be there. I always tell folks, some of us have made enough sacrifice. The hardest work I did was to serve the military in Liberia. Service first to country. So when
Yeah.
people say, "What have you done?" I tried serving the police or military just for 1 year and see how that goes. Especially as from the lowest point. But Nelson, let me let you go, my brother. I'll talk to you. I'll see you tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow I'll be on for sure.
Okay, sir. Okay,
Have a good.
sir.
You bet.
Okay. Have a good night, sir. Okay then. Okay. Well, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program. The Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you across the world for watching Spoon Talk tonight. Thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to those of you who just sat by your radio playing the listening role. Thanks to you who have been watching the show, making your contributions in the comment section. We appreciate you. Of course, we've been streaming live on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. We've also been streaming live on YouTube, and our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. So, in case you can get us on Facebook, you can also catch us up on YouTube. And I want to say thanks to all of you who have been watching via the YouTube handle. And yes, on the radio we're on 107.5, that's Spoon FM, 101.1, that's Fabric, and 95.5 is Super. Thanks to a host of radio stations across the country that are always relaying this program. Some of them relay the program without even telling us. We sincerely appreciate that. And it's a good thing that you're a part of this joining to ensure that Liberians across this country are informed about the happenings every single day. So again, my name is Nelson Colette. Coming up is the late night show. Of course, we will be here shortly. It's gonna be fascinating tonight. You can't afford to miss it. So just come back to join us on the late night show that's coming up very, very shortly. Until we come your way again, have yourselves a good night. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio tomorrow. Bye bye for now.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand tongue with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you know. The The children crying for starvation just to